welcome to Lago di Varese in northern Italy. We're so excited. These are the finals of the first World Cup in an Olympic season. The crews are going to be amazing. The racing is going to be fantastic. Ollie Zeidler will take the gold medal. Caroline Florijn is going to come and take the gold medal. Well, they're going to do it. They're going to get through the Swiss. Oh my goodness, they've done the sprint. Italy won. Birgit Skarstein, she is going to take the title. Beautiful smile from Roman Polyansky. Van Groningen and Kosmiak who take the gold.
Coming down to the light is going to be Great Britain, who are going to hold on for that gold medal.
Welcome to the Rotsee, the Lake of the Gods in Lucerne, Switzerland.
Simon van Dorp of the Netherlands has got that bow in front.
Wonderful World Cup, the last of the season 2024. So a big thank you to joining us in Varese, in Lucerne and here in Poznan.
Good morning and welcome to the 2024 World Rowing Coastal Championships. Can New Zealand hold them off? It looks like they will.
That is a super close finish.
It is New Zealand who have come in ahead of Ireland.
And away we go for the last time here, the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals. What a sprint there from the Aussie to get themselves down and onto the water.
Oh my goodness, this is phenomenal.
Chris Back is going to be our 2024 World Rowing Beach Sprint gold medalist here in Genoa 2024.
Dear delegates, dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all, depending on the time zone you are in. My apologies to those for which the timing is not fully appropriate, early morning or late evening. A virtual congress is far from ideal, I must admit. It's not, moreover, the best environment for discussion and relationships, but at the same time, I do recognize the benefit from the new technologies in the way our organizations are run. The genuine added value to be connected quite easily and avoid travels, expenses, and carbon emissions. That said, I also recognize the missed opportunity to interact directly with you in person, and I do regret not to be able to greet you in person. We had decided for this Olympic year, and it was approved by the Congress, to have our honorary Congress fully virtual, simply because we will gather in person shortly, early 2025, for the Quadrennial Congress to be held in Seville, and I hope to see you all there. So, despite the virtual environment, it's my privilege and a great pleasure to welcome you to the 2024 Ordinary Congress. Welcome to you, the delegates from our member federations, delegates from our continental confederation, and from our member federations groupings. The Olympic year means election periods for many of our member federations. Some elections have already taken place. Some will be held in the coming weeks. Let me extend a special welcome to the delegates who are attending the Congress for the first time. Let me express my sincere gratitude to those for whom it will be the very last Congress. And let me express my best wishes for you all, whatever you will be for the next chapter to come. I would like to warmly welcome our honorary president, Denis Oswald, who makes us the honor to be connected with us today. Bonjour Denis, bienvenue et merci d'être là avec nous. Welcome to all our guests, and in particular our guests from the Japan Sport Council. And finally, welcome to you all who are following us on YouTube live stream video. With me, the Executive Director, Vincent Gaillard, and behind the scene, we have a few staff members to help us to ensure the smooth running of this Congress. So, as for the first formal act, I officially declare the 2024 World Rowing Congress open. Talking about new delegates and possibly newcomers in this virtual room, let me take the opportunity to present the member of the Council. Tricia Smith, our Vice President from Canada, Olympian. Gerrit-Jan Egenkamp, our Treasurer from the Netherlands, Olympian. Patrick Rombo from Belgium, member of the Executive Committee. Member of the Executive Committee as well, Rosie McLaughlin, Olympian from Great Britain. Eva Santo from Hungary, Executive Committee member. Frida Svensson, Olympian from Sweden, Executive Committee member as Chair of the Athletes Commission. Gwyn Batten from Great Britain, Olympian. Matthias Binder from Switzerland, Olympian. Jacomine Ravensbergen from the Netherlands. Filip Lubicic from Serbia and Great Britain. Ron Chen from the United States of America. Rebecca Ho from Canada. Dr. Jürgen Steinecker from Germany. Axel Müller from Germany and Spain. Mehdi Garidi from Algeria. Victoria Aguirre Gomez Cota from Argentina. Fei O from Hong Kong, China, Olympian. Dusan Macacek from Czechia, Olympian. Sarah Cook from Australia, Olympian. Madakuni Osobuchi from Japan. Lenka Weck from Germany, Olympian. And as presented earlier on, Vincent Gaillard, our Executive Director.
And three-time Olympic rower, Olympic gold medalist, our President, Jean-Christophe Rolland.
Thank you very much. I would like to express my sincere gratitude and thanks to the Council members for their dedication to our sport. I must say it's really a great and very much appreciated to benefit from this expertise. Moving to the next point, dear delegates, since our last Congress in Belgrade, we have lost rowing friends. May I ask you to join me and respect a minute of silence in the memory of all our rowing friends, and in particular the young Brazilian rowers who were tragically killed in a road accident on their way home from a competition. Thank you. Dear delegates, in accordance to the statutes, you have received in due time the agenda and the related documents. The Congress, as you know, the Congress is an essential piece of the governance of our organization, and I must say as well a quite formal meeting. In addition to this formal piece, we equally want to take the opportunity to address you today with the key matters of our organization. Therefore, as presented already, we envision the Congress, this Congress in two parts. Part one, for the next 2 hours or so, we'll cover all the points on the agenda except point 21. And after a short break, if possible, time permitting, but I hope we will have the time for a short break, we will then present you with an update on our few strategic projects. So 2 hours only for the formal points appears to be quite limited. That's why we have produced and published by the circular on 16 October a video to present you in advance with the key elements of this 2024 Ordinary Congress. So no surprise, you may already know and be aware on all the points that will be discussed today. And in addition to that, we have given you the opportunity to interact with us through the Member Federations conference calls that was scheduled on the October 28th. And I do thank you very much, all of you who have participated to this conference call, so that we have been able to share with you the content of this Congress. Will all this aim at closing this Congress by 4:30 CET, so in about 4 hours and a half from now. A few technical points I'd like to share with you. We have no interpretation today. This is the second year in a row. It was experimented last year since, I remember you, since only one headset had been used at the 2022 Ordinary Congress in Račice, in Prague. And so you will agree that the cost related to interpretation is quite significant compared to the actual need, in fact. So I had then little argument to defend such an expense, as we are struggling with finance, and we are pushing very hard for cost reduction in all areas. So I had asked at the time for comment and feedback on this particular point of interpretation, and I received only one. I will say it from the French Rowing Federation and its president Christian Van den Berg. So only one to challenge this decision is not the majority. So this is certainly not enough to reconsider such a decision. Let me take the opportunity also to say that English is not the common language of the majority of us. And therefore, I expect from English mother tongue speakers to make an effort in their intervention. So please speak slowly and as clearly as possible. That would be very much appreciated. Thank you in advance for your comprehension. A virtual Congress, but let me also encourage you to interact. And for that, you can make comments and ask questions actually either by raising your hand, and when I say that I mean your electronic hand, with the appropriate button, or by using the chat option. You can just write your question on chat, and a member of the staff will pass on to us the question. We will be using electronic voting today, as we do since 2019, and Lumi is a well-known, reputed, and experienced company, and the voting through the platform is fully secured. Most of you are very familiar with this. It's not the first time, but no worries if it's not the case. I will pass on the floor now to the representative of Lumi to give you some technical advice. Thank you, and the floor is yours at Lumi.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name's Oliver. I'm from Lumi, and I will be running you through So, to start, it is always recommended that participants have a good and reliable internet connection, as seen on the slide on your screen now. You can see on the slide also that we recommend the Google Chrome browser, although we do accept other browsers such as Safari and Microsoft Edge. We can see that most of you have successfully joined Zoom already, but you'll have to make sure that your microphone, cameras, and speakers are all working and built into your laptop. Now, it's just worth noting before we go to the next slide that if you want to vote and you have voting rights, you will have to be logged into the Lumi platform as well as Zoom. When a vote is announced, you must go to the Lumi voting portal. Now, the Lumi link has been emailed to everybody, and you should have received an email with your login credentials. If you are a voting delegate and you have not logged into the Lumi platform, can I please recommend that you go and do that now? Otherwise, you will not be able to vote. When a vote is announced, you must go to the Lumi voting portal. To do this, whilst on Zoom, you must minimize your Zoom window and go to the Lumi voting tab that you can see on your screen now. Please do not leave the Zoom call, as the results of the vote will be displayed in the Zoom call, and you will need to be on Zoom for the rest of Congress. So just to repeat, please do not leave Zoom. Simply minimize Zoom and navigate yourself to the Lumi platform. Casting your vote. The vote will automatically appear when it is opened. Here, you will see the voting question and the voting options. Simply click on your desired selection. You will note that a vote received message appears to confirm that your vote has been cast. If you wish to change your vote whilst the vote remains open, then click on your other selection and that same vote received message will change. When the poll closes, you can no longer change your vote and the voting tab will disappear. If you do not select any voting options, then your vote will not be counted. Once the vote has closed, you will have to return to Zoom from Lumi in order to see the results of that poll, as we will be displaying the results into this Zoom call. If you have Lumi open within the same internet browser, you will need to switch between tabs as seen on the screen now. If you are on the app, you will have to go from the app back to your browser to Lumi. If you are disconnected from the Zoom, you're recommended to wait just a moment as you may be reconnected automatically. If you are still unable to access the Zoom, please switch to the Lumi voting portal as the link for the Zoom call is on the home page in the center of the screen. The Zoom application window will then pop up and you will be required to enter login details. If you have any issues with the voting platform, please email the email address seen on the screen now, worldrowing@lumiengage.com, and we will get back to you as soon as possible to help you with any issues you are having. If you wish to contact World Rowing directly regarding the meeting with issues that do not pertain to Zoom or voting, please email the second email address on the screen, congress@worldrowing.com. So I will just repeat, any issues regarding voting or the Lumi platform, please use the first email address. Any other inquiries, please use the second email address.
Very much. I think it's clear for everyone. So everything has been tested. It seems to be working well so far. Again, if you experience any difficulty, please contact us by email, as it was just mentioned to you. We are ready now to move to point number 2, identification of the delegates and confirmation on their authority. So dear delegates, based on your registration, your submission of the online attendance form, a validated list of delegates was transmitted to Lumi. So, as it was explained, each of the delegates should have received an email from Lumi which provide the necessary details to connect and join the Congress. So the Executive Director will first make the roll call, but just to be clear, with the member federations that have registered at least one delegate for the Congress. This is about member federations formally registered to the Congress. In terms of the actual member federations or delegates connected at the Congress, Lumi has in real time access to who is connected to the system and will provide us with the exact number of member federations and delegates participate to the in this Congress. Just to be clear also, to be considered as having attending this Congress for the minutes of the Congress, to be considered as having attending the Congress, a delegate must have connected using the Lumi system, using the unique login credentials. If you are attending with others as a group, only the delegates associated with the credentials used for the connection will be listed as participants. Allow me to make also few additional points. It goes without saying, but I remind you that obviously only one delegate per member federation is entitled for voting, with the voting rights. You may be up to 3 delegates as per our statutes to represent the federation, but obviously only one will have access to vote on the Lumi voting platform and to exercise the voting rights of your federation. Member federations have different voting rights according to our statutes, Article 36. It can be a 3-vote right or a 1-vote right, and in addition to that, referring to bylaw to Article 15 related to debts, the delegates of a member federation having subscriptions in arrears forfeit its voting rights. So we may have 0, 1, or 3 as the voting rights for this Congress. Even if you are participating in the Congress, you may have no voting rights. Having said that, I think we can proceed, and I'm now moving the floor to the Executive Director to proceed and present the member federation registered at this Congress.
Before we proceed, I am being informed that we have a problem of resolution on the screen, so we're going to do a 1 to 2 minute stop to fix the problem, and then we'll proceed with the roll call.
You're on mute now.
Okay, thank you for bearing with us as we try to improve the situation for better resolution on your screen.
1 second, you need to be, you're on mute. So just a second. Yeah.
Good. Thank you all for bearing with us while we try to improve the resolution on your screens. We will proceed with the roll call. I will show 5 slides that feature all the flags of the countries that have registered for the Congress. And we ask you, if you are registered and do not see your flag on a slide, please send a message through the chat box or raise your hand. I will not name every single country. I'm just asking you to look at the slides, the 5 slides that are coming now, and to alert us if you do not see your flag. From Argentina to Croatia, from Cyprus to Indonesia, third slide, starting with Iran, fourth slide, ending with Slovenia. Sorry, it is actually 6 slides and not 5, I apologize. Slide number 5, starting with Serbia, ending with Vietnam. And the sixth and final slide, ending with Zimbabwe. Thank you.
So how many in total?
78 that were there.
So 78 registered member federation. Thank you. So I would just mention also that we have delegates from our Continental Confederation recognized by Article 18. I will just name COPARE, the Confederation Pan-American de Remo. We have ERC, the European Rowing Confederation, ORCON, the Oceanian Rowing Confederation, ARF, the Asian Rowing Federation, and FASA, the African Rowing Federation. And as for the member groupings, welcome to the delegates from La Coupe de la Jeunesse, from the Commonwealth Rowing Association, from the Balkan Rowing Association, and from XAR, the South American Confederation of Remo. So, dear delegates, in our efforts to increase participation, women participation in all areas of the sport, you will remember the discussion and the decision actually at the 2020 External Congress leading to eligibility conditions for Congress delegate as per Article 22. So looking at the figures, the impact of your decision was clear after 2020, and that's absolutely great. And we had an encouraging 33% in 2021. And then we are like at a plateau at 31% like today. So dear delegates, there are still room for improvement. It has been a good step, but I encourage you to continue your effort. We are not there yet. So we can now move to point number 3, appointment of scrutineers for the period of the Congress. Originally, the role of the scrutineers was meant to be the counting of the votes, whether it be by hands or showing cards or by secret ballot as well. But since we are using an electronic voting system, it's not necessary anymore. Let me say again that the voting system is totally secure and independent. All voting will be conducted on an anonymous basis, and I remind you that Lumi is an independent, well-established and respected known company working for major international groups and companies, including the IOC. Let me swear as well that, and this is very unlikely, but should the system fail, we will then continue with the Congress and postpone all voting. That would be then made electronically, by electronic means, but within the next 30 days, we will not stop the Congress for that. At this point, I just want to stop and ask if there are any questions. It seems not to be the case, so we are moving to point number 4, approval of the minutes of the last Congress. You have been provided with the minutes of the 2023 Ordinary Congress, and we are asked to send your remarks, if any. We haven't received any remarks or comments or questions. This is still your chance, dear delegates, to raise any questions or remarks, or should you have any specific point to mention. This is your last chance before we move to the approval. If it's not the case, let's move with the vote, and I now pass over to the Executive Director.
Very well. We are now going to proceed with one test vote, followed by a real vote on the minutes. First, on the test vote, I will read the question, and then we will open the vote. This is a test vote. The question being asked is the following. Will indoor rowing be included in the first Olympic esports games? Vote yes, no, or abstain. The vote is now open. Please switch to the Lumi platform and the Lumi platform only for the purpose of casting your vote. The vote is open. You have 30 seconds. The vote is now closed. Thank you. You can return to the Zoom platform. And Lumi, could you please show the results on screen? Very well. A vote of confidence. We will now move to the first vote, real vote, on the minutes of the 2023 Ordinary Congress. So I will read the question and we'll open the vote just as we did for the test vote. Question is, do you approve the minutes of the 2023 Ordinary Congress? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Switch to the Lumi platform, please. The vote is now open. Close the vote shortly, a few seconds. Vote is closed. Thank you, our friends at Lumi.
Thank you very much, and I'm asking Lumi to present the results on the screen. Total possible votes 113, yes 102, no 0. So thank you very much. The minutes of the 2023 Ordinary Congress are approved. Thank you. We can now move to point number 5. Actually, items 5, 6, and 7. This section of the agenda is related to the annual reports. You have in the agenda papers all the reports related to 2023. It's actually slightly different for the executive director report and my report, which have few early 2024 references since the report were written. So starting with agenda point 5, the President reports and reports from the Executive Committee member. I will not make any further remarks about the 2023 period of time, of course, but allow me to take the opportunity to address you today and to add, let's say, a short update on some items, as a lot has happened since I wrote the report. It will be around different subjects: the global landscape, the political overview of the world of sport, and then I will refer to the key projects related to our sport and to our organization. Where are we and where are we going? So now moving to my additional remarks. So 2024 concludes an Olympic cycle that has been as rewarding as it has been challenging in many aspects. We started with an unprecedented and terrible pandemic crisis. The geopolitical landscape is marked by a series of significant interconnected crises with conflicts, with wars in several regions, fueling humanitarian tragedies. The climate change crisis is more and more visible, and its impacts are critical. And the global economy, to add on this, for the global economy, instability continues to disrupt societies. In many ways, the world of sport is confronted with these global struggles. Not only it's not immune to them, but also it has a responsibility to help in addressing them. To a certain extent, the power of sport is really incredible. In fact, this week, the United Nations General Assembly underlined this point by adopting a resolution entitled Sports as a Driver for Sustainable Development, unanimously supported by all 193 United Nations member states. The contribution of sport to the achievement of peace and the sustainable development goal is essential. We are talking about inclusion, health and well-being, gender equality, unity and peace. The resolution reaffirms the essential mission of the Olympic and Paralympic Games, which is to serve as unifying by bringing nations together in peaceful competition, without discrimination of any kind. In fact, the power of sport to bring people together has never been more vital. Athletes are competitors, not enemies. And we have seen this vividly demonstrated through the remarkable success of the Paris 24 Olympic and Paralympic Games. These games were a testament to the unifying spirit of sport and a reminder that in a world fraught with division, sport remains a beacon of hope and harmony. The remarkable success of Paris 2024 is a very positive note, not only for France, but for sport, for the Olympic movement, for the IOC, and as a consequence, for us as well. Numbers are just incredible. Tickets sold, audiences on all platforms, including TV. The number of people engaged to one way or another. The outcome has nothing to do with chance. This is also, I must admit, that it was beyond the expectation, or the most optimistic expectation. It is the outcome of the conjunction of the deep reforms engaged by the IOC and the vision of France to engage, to celebrate, to innovate while addressing the current challenges and ensuring also the best legacy. What a wonderful interlude of sport and joy, of serenity and sharing, a real bubble of air seemed out of time. A true illustration of the power of sport. Coming to rowing, I must say that we also enjoyed fantastic Olympic and Paralympic regattas. Without undermining the hurdles all along the journey, we had some until the very end actually. We can be very proud of the delivery. Let me take the opportunity to express my gratitude to all the contributors. I recognize that the rowing venue was not as iconic as for other sports. No Eiffel Tower, no Château de Versailles, but we have benefited from a great environment, excellent conditions, fantastic crowd, and fantastic racing as well. All in all, a great promotion for our sport. I would not limit the season, the sports season, to the Olympics only. We had a great season in our 3 disciplines, and thank you to all the organizing committees for our event, but thank you also to you, the member federations, to your teams, to your athletes. As part of the world of sport and the Olympic movement, rowing is not immune to the many challenges the world is facing. I have described earlier a little bit about these challenges, but rowing, we are not isolated, we are not living on an island. So to survive in this complex environment and extremely, I would say also extremely competitive world of sport, it implies to consistently adapt ourselves and, when necessary and appropriate, embrace changes. It has been our ambition over the past year, of course, and it remains our intention. Our strong historical presence in the Olympic movement cannot be considered as for granted or as granted forever. As I have already said many times, we cannot rely on our past to secure our future. Our Olympic strategy that you have approved and endorsed was developed to that purpose, ensuring a sustainable future for rowing. What does it mean? We continue to invest in our 3 disciplines. Different disciplines with different pasts, histories, and background. Different disciplines facing different challenges that requires different approaches. Different disciplines, but the same shared vision to benefit to the sport of rowing as a whole. A same objective to pursue the development, to enlarge our audience of people connected to the sport in all its forms. Classic rowing. The facts and analysis are clear and shared. It has led us to launch what we call the SECR, the Strategic Event and Calendar Review, to address the issues related to the World Cups and the World Championships. It's about participation and calendar for the World Cups, for example. It means also for all our events, cost and complexities. It's about attractiveness for the stakeholders, and I mean all stakeholders, cities, organizing committees, spectators, broadcasters, and media. So a first step will be reached soon. The program of the World Rowing Championship defined in Rule 25. After continuous expansion, a significant reduction of the number of events in our program, in our World Championship program, will be proposed. It is simply a necessary step. A first step and one element, just to illustrate, one element of the equation to solve. Another important proposal developed by the Competitive Commission is the new progression system. By eliminating the repechage for large entries events, we can save time, we can reduce the number of races, and equally we increase the attractiveness of the heats. So these are a few examples. I will not go into more details, and actually an update will on the progression of this project will be made later by Executive Committee member Eva Santo, chair also of the Event Commission, who is leading on behalf of the Executive Committee, who is leading this project. Let me just say that classic rowing is our historical pillar. We are fully committed to continuing to invest in classic rowing to take up the challenges and ensure a great future. Los Angeles 28 Organizing Committee has formally announced last July, Marina Long Beach as the rowing venue for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Regatta as it comes to the classic rowing. This is anything but a surprise, for sure. You all know this. It has been shared, it was shared with you and discussed on multiple occasions. And actually, if you remember, before the decision was taken, it has been we shared with you the challenge, and you help us in resolving this challenge. And it's a unique situation. I want to make it clear, it's a unique situation brought about by a very specific Los Angeles context, and it demonstrates actually our ability to adapt without changing the core nature of our sport. So I'm sure Long Beach will be a great location and an exciting opportunity to showcase rowing to the rest of the world. Speaking about Los Angeles 28, let me move to coastal rowing. What a positive step the IOC with the IOC decision to include coastal rowing in its beach sprinter format to the Los Angeles 28 Olympic program. This is simply a great step, a truly historic step, the outcome of a 7-year-long project. At the same time, it gives us the responsibility, the immense responsibility to deliver. It requires us to pursue the evolution in a different aspect, such as presentation, such as the regulation, the promotion of the event, and to ensure athletes will be given the opportunities, more opportunities to compete all over the world. We presented the Congress, we presented the action plan for coastal rowing. This is ongoing, and we have still a lot on the plate, but this is extremely encouraging. Just to say briefly that coastal rowing was recently confirmed as a competition sport for the Youth Olympic Games in Dakar 2026. This is great news when we know the significant reduction in the number of sports for this edition of the Youth Olympic Games. Moving to indoor or connected rowing, you will have a dedicated session as well later today, presented by Philip Lubitsch, the chair of the Indoor Commission. I will not here as well go into details, but what I can say, what I want to say is the huge potential of development for this discipline and the benefit for our sport. Simply said, the numbers are incredible. Let me insist on the fact that if we don't embark, and if we don't embark quickly, others will do. The IOC has announced the creation of the Olympic Esport Games. We have officially submitted a proposal to include rowing in the first edition to be held in Saudi Arabia last quarter in 2025, next year. It follows actually our involvement after the Olympic Esports Week in Singapore last year. I would like to highlight here the partnership we have signed with Concept 2. This partnership is simply critical to ensure that we can invest in the necessary resources for this discipline. Let me also mention the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding we have signed with the Japan Sports Council to engage and promote international joint research in the field of virtual sports. So what all three disciplines have in common ground is twofold. One, the absolutely necessity of resources and investment, and two, the continuous adaptation of the regulation. So for the former, to reach our objectives, to reach our ambition, we need indeed resources so we can invest. Our treasurer will give you a clear update on the state of our finance, and the executive director will equally present you with the strategy. No need to say that we are struggling. Let me also say that we spare no efforts to find new source of revenue, to diversify from the Olympic revenues. Certainly to mitigate the risk, quite limited but extremely severe in case of cancellation of the Olympic Games, and equally to be able to invest in the development project and specifically in the new disciplines. The success of Paris 2024 ensures the Olympic revenue for this cycle, but this excellent news is marred by the weakness of the US dollar, the currency of receipt of these revenues. It will indeed result in a net amount lower than the previous cycle. After considering the inflationary period that we have gone through, this is also a real concern. So the necessity of resource of investment. Let me move now to the second point, the continuous adaptation of the regulation. Adaptation is an essential piece of our organization. We are, and you have heard me to say many times, we are in a continuous improvement mode, simply to adapt to the fast-changing environment and context, and also because we learn from experience, and also because we have to reduce wherever possible cost and complexity. Again, this is crucial for all stakeholders in an environment that has become more and more complicated and difficult, whether in terms of governance or rules of racing. It's our duty and responsibility to adapt as best as we can to the evolution of the environment. This is the purpose of the Quadrennial Congress, held once every 4 years. The next one is scheduled on March 14 and 15. On Thursday this week, so the day before yesterday, with exactly 4 months to go, we sent out the calling notice. We have been sharing with you the proposal for changes developed and worked respectively by the governance working group and the rules working group. By sharing with you in advance, by embarking you in this exercise, we aim at avoiding any surprise and ensuring, obviously, a smooth and efficient Congress. To stay on the governance side, I briefly related in my report on the fifth evaluation made by ASOIF. This is based on a self-assessment tool, then moderated. Governance, or good governance, I shall say, has become crucial. If we can be proud on the way this organization has been governed over the year, we can be proud also of all the people. This exercise has helped us to upgrade in some areas our practices. I must say that the result is really good. We are at the highest scoring international federations amongst peers organization of a comparable size and annual revenue. But the executive director will later on give you a little bit more detail on this. Let me briefly touch on another subject linked with governance. The roles and responsibilities of the executive committee is quite significant in our statutes and rules of racing. The Congress is, of course, the ultimate authority of organization. But on a daily basis, the executive committee is required to take decisions on behalf of the organization. I would like to express with humility that for the past years, and this year in particular, we have been confronted with complex situations. I must say that for each of these, our approach is always the same. Not to take the easiest decision, the easiest one, or the easiest decision which would avoid critics or make our life easier, but the one in line with our rules, the one in line with our values. the one that can benefit for the sport, for our athletes, for our organization. Should it put us, the member of the executive committee, in trouble? This is the way we proceed. I must say it's time demanding, it implies resources, and I have to apologize because I very much required the executive committee time on many aspects, but we do take every situation with extreme seriousness, and we don't spare every effort to properly take a decision with all available elements. It has led us to be challenged with adverse publicity and even to the Court of Arbitration of Sport. I would like to express my gratitude to you, the member federations, for your confidence and trust in the Executive Committee. Talking about the Executive Committee, just to say that we are entering a period of change, a period of transition. 2 members will hand over at the end of this year, Rosie McLaughlin and Patrick Rambo. Therefore, we are holding today at this Congress elections for 2 positions in the Executive Committee. They are from the three council member position in the Executive Committee, as you know. On the behalf of the Executive Committee and Council colleagues, I would like to express our sincere gratitude and huge thanks to both of them, Patrick and Rosie, for their dedication to our sport. Personally, as president, I must say it has been a privilege to work in great collaboration, in an always constructive mode, and with a great respect. Last point to mention, and then I will conclude, the Olympic movement will enter very soon a new era. The second term of the IOC President Thomas Bach will soon come to an end, and the IOC will then will have an election. What we do know at this stage is that the election will be held at the IOC session in March 2025. And what we do know as well is that there are currently 7 candidates, 4 of them being president of an international federation, among which 3 from a Summer Olympic sport and 1 from the Winter Olympic sport. I won't comment any further, but just to say that we have been working very, very closely with the IOC for the past 12 years under the leadership of President Thomas Bach and his administration. Whoever succeeds him, we will continue to work very closely with the IOC. That concludes the additional remarks I wanted to make today. Before I move, I would just ask the Congress if you have questions or comments. So I don't see any. We can move on. There is no specific or additional comments or remark for the report on the reports from the Vice President Tricia Smith, nor for the Treasurer report Gerrit-Jan Egenkamp. So we haven't received also any comments or remarks, but it's your chance now to ask questions to the Vice President or the Treasurer on their report. So I'm now passing the floor to the Executive Director, who will actually make some additional remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President, and greetings to you all, with much gratitude for your presence today, but your ongoing support throughout the year. As it relates to my report for season 2023, I draw your attention to the document that was published and shared in September, which features all of the achievements of our various departments against the 12 priority objectives. These objectives for 2023 capture our intentions and our plans around both very critical strategic matters, but also important operational, governance and administrative matters. You will have also seen in that same report and in anticipation a list of our priority objectives for the year 2020-24. And while the year 24 is not over yet, and we expect a few more critical results and achievements in the next few weeks, literally, we are very satisfied with the progress that has been made this year around our three disciplines, but also at corporate world-rowing organizational levels, if you will, over the last 2 years. Let me put all this in perspective with concrete illustrations, but also some context. First of all, the context is the 15-year plan, which you have heard about in previous reports and previous congresses. 15 years to achieve a real transformation of our reach, of our image, and our revenues. That is by 2036. And 3 years into that journey, it's now time for all of us and the executive committee at the moment to really take stock of what has been achieved collectively. On the context also to indicate that we are on that 15-year journey with clarity of purpose, and that is to grow the levels of practice, the levels of popularity, the levels of engagement with the sport. People who practice the sport, but also people who follow the sport through various contents, events and channels. But also clarity for what it will take, of course, to achieve that objective. I won't go into detail here, but just to tell you that, of course, each of our yearly objectives, the one that you see in my report, are mapped out against one or several of these 12 pillars that you see. So this is effectively our Bible today and how we expect to reach that broader objective in the interest of the sport, in the interest of all of our members. So this is where we are with various achievements across our three disciplines, but also at world rowing levels. And of course, with a need now to map out the rest of the journey, which we'll do at a later stage and will present to you at the Quadrennial Congress. But for now, let me just give you a quick snapshot on where we are versus those objectives that you have seen in my report. First of all, starting with Classic. You now know, of course, and have been informed about our strategic event and calendar review. More to follow with the presentation from Eva Santo. You already know about the launch of our strategic commercial partnership and investment process. We have started phase 1, and we will continue on that path to support the growth of classic rowing. We have taken a lot of steps in the last year or two. One, to continue and increase our development capability across continents, and on a very different level to increase content creation, storytelling, communications, and various sports presentation efforts. An example of that is a very, very substantial growth of viewership and followership across our social media channels, amongst others. On Classic still, we have delivered 2 superb regattas at Paris 2024 and also many other events before and after that. We have launched this year a new program to grow the Masters community, but also to generate additional revenues. And we refer to this program as our Masters License and Data Project. You will hear more about that, but suffice to say that now we have a license program active for all Masters rowers, which delivers a number of benefits, particularly for those who participate in our Masters World Championships. And importantly, we expect that before the end of the current year, end of 2024, we will have achieved a significant step towards the signature of an MOU for the creation of a direct-to-consumer digital platform. This is to prepare for the post-linear TV era, and it's already here actually. So we're making a very significant step for us to move into a all-rowing digital platform for the interest of our sport, of our members, of our various events, but also various rowing regatta organizers around the world. By the end of this year, we will also have renewed our various international and European broadcasting contract. It's a big piece of work that's being finalized that is critical for our future. cycle at least, both in terms of exposure and visibility of our events, but also in terms of revenue. So that's, as we see it, some very significant steps taken towards improving the visibility and the growth of classic rowing. When it comes to coastal, you have learned on previous Congress about our intention to develop a beach sprint league or a competition. That objective is still very, very much alive, and our intention firmly remains. We have also here taken significant steps towards development efforts across continents, and here also, similarly to classic rowing, towards further content creation, storytelling, and on and on. A big success that and a big achievement of the year our president alluded to, and you're already very aware of it, but that of course also meant significant amount of work to get to that objective, and of course now to develop the 13-point plan under the leadership of the Coastal Rowing Commission, so we get prepared for the upcoming milestones, LA 28 of course, but before that Dakar 2026 and more. For coastal, to conclude, before the end of the year, here also, and that's important, it's the same achievement as for classic, but really for coastal, it's new. We hope that as of next year, our coastal rowing discipline, and beach sprints in particular, will have a much greater visibility than ever before as a result of being part of our new TV contract, for EBU in particular, which was not the case until this year included. So some positive achievement for the visibility of the discipline. With indoor or connected rowing, here also a number of progress over the last 2 years. We have delivered our very first hybrid World Champs in 2023, but also our very first Versa Challenge. We have concluded an important partnership with the Japan Sports Council. Our president referred to it earlier. Here also much efforts around development, around storytelling and content creation. A very important milestone for us was the participation at the Olympic Esports Week in Singapore in 2023. Very important, obviously, in that journey that our president referred to, and that is to get to the Olympic Esports Games. On that journey, 3 very important milestones were met this year. One, the conclusion of 2 critical partnerships and MOUs with 2 companies that are helping us with the development of virtual graphics. One is XR, the other one is Ergata, and Filip Ljubicic will touch on those later on in his presentation. He will touch on also on the recent submission we made to the IOC with regards to the Olympic Esports Games. A big piece of work went on, and also will refer to our Concept 2 partnership, which is truly transformative in terms of what it allows us to do to prepare for those big milestones, but also in terms of the resources and the revenue that it generates at this stage. And we hope that before the end of the year, we will have secured our presence of indoor rowing at the Olympic Esports Games. That is expected, that news is expected at the early December, and we will of course share it with you as soon as it's known. And also before the end of the year, we will have further developed the format for a new event that we will launch in the Q2 of 2025, which we refer to here as the Virtual Series, which will be a qualifier to the Olympic Esports Games if we are successful in our application process. Finally, at organizational levels, corporate levels, if you will, you know about the 15-year plan that we've launched. I have just referred to it earlier. You know about the Concept 2 partnership. It's here because really of its financial implications, and they're very positive, of course. Allows us to hire resources, amongst other things, to dedicate to the discipline. We have become last year an engaged organization of the Center for Sport and Human Rights. We have, as our president alluded to, achieved some very, very positive results around the SOF governance survey. We have initiated a new project, which you will hear about later on today, the Confederation's Collaboration Project. We have launched revamped World Rowing Awards in Seville just a week ago. We have launched our new Healthy Waters campaign with the WWF, and here also you will hear about it later on this afternoon. And we expect that before the end of the year, we will have new TV cycles. We will have secured approximately 2 million euros of incremental commercial revenues. Our president referred recently to our intention to generate more revenues from more sources. This is what this refers to. This is concept 2, amongst other things. This is new initiatives around our SEEP process. It's also the Seville partnership. And by the end of the year, we will also have renewed our collaboration with ITA around anti-doping. So we're satisfied with where we are versus our objectives. And we will map out in the next few weeks and months the next 3 years of that journey, which you will hear about at the Congress at the Quadrennial Congress in March. What we wanted to emphasize is the following, is that we are operating now in a very highly challenging economic, financial and governance context, which is limiting our ability to serve and to promote the sport. That's for 3 reasons. Increased costs. First of all the costs associated with modern sports governance, associated with increased levels of services provided to our member federations, which includes additional events, but also associated with now a critical need for us to invest, to keep promoting the sport globally. Details around each of those 3 pillars have been shared with you in a document on the 1st of November. I won't read it in detail here. We've given you some more detail as to where is the cost increasing. I've just pulled out here one significant number related to our cost base from 2004 to 2024. It is extremely significant, as you see, a 75% increase roughly, in parallel to which we have suffered very significant inflation. There's a lot more detail below that, but also we have very, very significantly increased our levels of services, including events. Here also all the details have been provided. I won't go into more detail, but suffice to say that just next year alone, if we have the Olympic esports games, if we have the virtual series, if we have a virtual challenge final, all these are new events that require resources and time. And finally, and that will not surprise you, we need to keep investing to keep the sport relevant and visible, exposed. There's a number of areas where we hope to invest. Those have been listed and provided to you already. There are many, and we intend to continue. But of course, the concerns now is linked with resources. So while we have secured incremental revenues already and have started to work on many other potential sources, we have now new financial challenges that are very seriously limiting our progress and also neutralizing our efforts. So we are addressing the situation as we see it, and all avenues are being explored, but it's very clear that the situation will require a very firm and a very collective action as well amongst all of us. Thank you to all of you, our member national federations. Thank you to our president, to our executive committee and council for the trust. Thank you to our partners, organizing committees and stakeholders. And finally and importantly, thank you to an outstanding world rowing team, a small team, too small team, but absolutely outstanding and committed to their work on behalf of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this additional remarks. Any comment or questions? Please do not hesitate to use the chat even during the speeches, so that we can have your contribution. So unless you will think differently, I will proceed with the same as usual and ask for a voting in a grouping vote actually on the 4 reports that you have on the agenda papers, and unless we have a remark from the delegates, it's not the case. I consider you approve this approach, so we can now move to the voting to approve this report, and I back to you, the Executive Director, to proceed.
Thank you. The question is, do you approve the 2023 reports of the President, Vice President, Treasurer and Executive Director of World Rowing? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. The vote is now open. Please switch to the Lumi platform to cast your vote. You have 20 seconds. The vote is now closed.
Okay, may I ask you, Lumi, to present the result on the screen? Thank you. So total possible votes 118, yes 98. So the reports of the President, the Vice President, the Treasurer and the Executive Director are approved. Thank you very much. We are now moving to agenda item 6, report of the chairs of the specialist commissions. None of the chairs of the commissions have any additional comment or remarks to make. So I will now open the floor for remarks or comments. Please raise your hand or put it on the chat. And if not the case, I suggest that we we proceed as for before, and to have the same approach, grouping voting. So over to you, Executive Director.
The question is, do you approve the 2023 reports of the chairs of the specialist commissions? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Switch to the Lumi platform. The vote is now open for 20 seconds. We close the vote in 5 seconds. Vote is now closed.
And I'm asking Lumi to present the results on the screen. Thank you. So the results are the following. Total possible votes 118, yes 97, abstention 2. The reports of the specialist commissions chairs are approved. Thank you. Moving to point number 7, reports of the continental representatives and the co-opted member of the council. You have the reports in your files. The continental representatives and the co-opted members of the council don't have any points to add or remarks. If there is no question, I'm asking now the Executive Director to proceed with the vote.
The question is, do you approve the 2023 reports of the continental representatives and co-opted council members? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Switch to the Lumi platform. You have 20 seconds. Five more seconds and we will close the vote. The vote is now closed. Thank you.
I'm asking Lumi to present the result on the screen. Total possible votes 118, yes 93, no 1, abstention 6. Thank you very much. The reports are approved. We are now moving to actually to point 8 to 13 related to finance. I am going now to pass the floor to the treasurer, Gerrit Jan Egenkamp, first to present the 2023 financial report and statement. Gerrit Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. On the screen, if we go to the next page, you see the audited financial statements for 2023. Move to the next page that shows the 23 financial statements. I don't see them at the screen yet, but thank you. So in short, the audit by PwC did not result in any material adjustment to our profit and loss statement and our balance sheet. So the overall 2023 result was in line with our budget, leading to a negative operational result of 737,000 Swiss francs and an overall result of minus 532,000 Swiss francs as we realized a 205,000 Swiss franc result on our portfolio. And that overall 532,000 negative result is slightly below the 456 budget that we had. So I think no surprises in here and all in line with expectations. And given that, are there any questions on that before we go to approving these statements?
On the 2023 financial statements. If not, actually, we can just move to the item 9, which is related to the independent auditor's report on specifically on this 2023 statement. So this is in the agenda paper on page 62, I mean the English version, and actually that has just been presented on the screen. But as you can see, you have the opinion of regarding the statements from the auditors. So I will now move to item 10, and which is the approval of the account. And I will hand over to the executive director to proceed with the vote.
The question is as follows: do you approve the 2023 financial statements? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Switch to the Lumi platform. You have 20 seconds to vote. Five more seconds, please. We are now closing the vote.
And I'm asking Lumi to present the results on the screen. So total possible votes 118, yes 94, abstention 5. Thank you very much. The 2023 accounts are approved. And actually talking about accounts and to remain on the same topic, I suggest that now to move to point 12 to discuss the next budget, budget 2025, and we will come back to point 11 right after. So item 12, budget for the following year, and has committed and you have it on the page 69 of the agenda. The 2025 budget was circulated on November 1st. I'm now passing on the floor to the treasurer to present you this budget, but perhaps before the Treasurer can also give you an overview on the situation of 2024. Gerrit-Jan, the floor is yours.
Yes, indeed, I will, and thank you, Jean-Christophe. So on the screen, and I realize it may not be visible well enough for everyone, so then I refer to indeed the circular that was sent around to have a look at the exact numbers. But what you see here is the financials over the past 4 years, so the whole quadrennial, and then the 2025 budget. And there are 3 points that I would like to highlight on that. First, I would like to draw your attention to the 2024 expected results. So you see columns both of the 24 budget and the 24 expected result for the year. We're still a few weeks out, but this is our expectation where we would end. And as a summary, our budget had a expected loss of 49,000 Swiss francs, and we expect to land around break even for 2024. So slightly better than the negative result that we had budgeted. So I think that is on 2024. I think there's the second thing I would like to highlight is the point that over this quadrennial period of 2021 to 2024, we realized pretty much an overall loss of around 200,000 Swiss francs. So that is just adding up the 197,000 Swiss francs of loss of a positive result of 2021, the 385 of 22, the minus 736 of 23, and then now roughly break even on 24. If you add all those numbers up, you get to around minus 200,000 Swiss francs. And that is with a contribution from the reserve, which is, what is it, the 7th line of 4 million per year. So 4 million times 4 is 16 million. And that is based on the income out of the IOC that we get at the end of each Olympic cycle. So with 16 million Swiss francs coming out of the Olympic Games, and we got to an overall deficit over the 4-year period of around 200,000 Swiss francs. So that's the second point I would like to make, and please keep that also in the back of your mind. Now we go to the final point, which is around the 25 budget and the next 4-year quadrennial period. So that is the third and last point I would like to draw your attention to, the last column on this page, the 2025 budget. That currently stands at a negative result of around minus 61,000 Swiss francs. And I would like to highlight here that this budget still contains several items that are what I would call at high risk, so that we may not be able to realize, which would result in a more negative result. We're very much working on closing those gaps. And with that, this is what we also propose as budget. But I would like to highlight that there are relatively more risks in this budget than in other years. During the extraordinary Congress, we will present to you the 4-year budget for the next quadrennial cycle. And the reason that we only will do that now is that we do not have yet a satisfactory budget for that. We are facing several challenges on the revenue side, while costs continue to increase. And I think here I would like to highlight 2 which have a relatively large impact. So first of all, the Olympic revenue is expected to be around the same level as after Tokyo. But unfortunately, with the dollar being substantially weaker now vis-a-vis 3 years ago, we will most likely not get 60 million Swiss francs, but depending on how the exchange rate develops, that likely is more going to be in the direction of 15 million. So for the next 4 years, that leads to most likely around 1 million less revenue coming in out of the Olympics. That we will not be able to get there. So that's one. And then secondly, we've just been informed that there will be no European Sports Championships most likely in 2026, which traditionally has been a strong contributor to both the commercial rights and the broadcasting revenue. And then combined with several other cost increases, we're pretty much looking at a 2 million deficit over the next 4-year Olympic cycle vis-a-vis this cycle. And this has also been one of the backdrops for the proposed membership fee increase. We have for 20 years tried to keep that at the same level, not to burden any of the federations. But given where we stand, that is, we're basically not able to cover our costs anymore. And I think the proposal of the membership fee has already been included in the 25 budget that you see on this page. So if that would not be approved, the minus 61,000 Swiss francs will deteriorate significantly further. So I think that is a bit more of a context on where we stand financially, which is not a great position to be in. It's especially concerning as it is actually the time to invest in our sport with quite a bit of momentum in each of our 3 disciplines. But unfortunately, it also is the situation as it is. And we're not the only federation, I think, that are struggling on the financial side. Then coming back to see if there are any questions on this, and specifically on the 2025 budget, because that is also something that we need to approve today.
That's what I wanted to say. If there are any questions before we move actually to the statutory approval of the budget of the following year, which means 2025. So this is the next vote to proceed with. So if there is no question, I'm handing over to the Executive Director to proceed with the vote.
Thank you. Question is as follows. Do you approve the budget for 2025? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Switch to the Lumi platform and you have 20 seconds. Vote is open. Five more seconds. The vote is now closed.
And I'm asking Lumi to present the results on the screen. Total possible votes 119, yes 82, no 10, abstention 13. Thank you very much. The 2025 budget is approved. We are now going back to item 11. So as stated on point 2 of bylaw to Article 13 on subscription, the amount of the subscription payable by each member federation shall be determined by reference to its level of participation in major events during the previous 4-year Olympic period in a formula proposed by the Council for approval at the Congress. So, at the Congress last year, you will remember that I mentioned that we would reconsider the annual membership fees because of the context, and that we would come to you with a proposal. So you have been presented even the context of today that has not improved, but to be honest, has deteriorated. So in that respect, from last year, suggestion, the executive committee asked the governance working group to work on this particular matter and to develop a proposal. So the governance working group has conducted a deep review of the current World Rowing membership fee structure to consider whether there is an alternative that should be transparent and with the objective structure that could be adopted. So several fee structures have been considered, looking at different criteria, comparing models from other federations as well, from other sports, with a desktop comparison of fee structure and labels. So to make it short, the then proposal was reviewed by the Council to be presented as a recommendation to this Congress. So before we move with it, I would just mention that I can admit for sure the sensitiveness of the matter and our approach, and to avoid any surprise, the idea was first tested with some of you, and in addition we have circulated this proposal well in advance to get your comments, to get your feedback, and finally we also give you an additional opportunity at the member federations conference call scheduled on the 28th of October to get additional input from all of you. We circulated a detailed document with all the rationale and the details about the context and the why of the proposal. So I do hope that you have read this document. You have the chance to understand the rationale behind this proposal. And my intention is not to go into the detail to repeat the reasons you have been presented with this and our reports and also from the treasurer just right now have made the clarification about the situation. So I assume that you have a clear view on the context. We believe indeed that a contribution from our member federation and based on all the services that as a federation we are providing to our sport is both necessary and legitimate. At the same time, we understand that this proposal is not agreeable for you, the member federations, as it implies additional resources. Very recently, not at the conference call on the 28th of October, but very recently we've received a few messages of concern. Just to relate the difficulties you're also confronted with. If the rationale behind the proposal seems to be understood, it is I would say the content of your messages that we've received is clear. You understand the rationale behind the proposal, but for some of you, the level of increase seems to be very significant and create a concern. So we have had a meeting this morning or a couple of hours ago with the council, and based on the latest information messages you've sent to us, this has been discussed again with the council to understand and to take into account your messages. So we considered with the seriousness the messages you sent to us. The Council confirmed that we still propose the Congress to raise the membership fees. It's as I just said, it's a participation, a fair contribution to the member federation for our organization, and it's really to better reflect the situation, not only the economic situation, but also the additional services that the federation is providing to our member federation. However, we agreed to that the amount could be a big concern for your federation. So for now, the council has decided to amend the resolution that was supposed to be presented to you for this Congress. Can we show the slide? So what we propose is that to move from the vote regarding the current proposal that has been circulated on the 1st of November, but we would like also that you, the delegates, you, the member federation, do agree with the principle. That would be the first step, that you understand and agree with the principle, and we will work again on the specific amount. We will work internally, but also we will include you in this discussion, and we will take the opportunity that we will meet again in March for the Quadrennial Congress to finalize the decision on the amount. This is a way to take into account your concerns, but also at the same time we want you to understand the fact that we have to move with a raise in the membership fees. I hope it makes sense. This is a proposal that was agreed this morning by the council, and that is now presented to you for this Congress. Before we move to the vote, obviously I am happy to hear comments or if you have questions, so please do so. So it seems that it's not to be the case. So I believe that you understand our position, and that for those who have expressed concern, that this resolution will be of to a certain extent of satisfaction for the time being. So now, if there is no question, I hand over to the Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question being asked to you today is the following. Acknowledging the economic and financial challenges faced by world rowing in the context of increased levels of services for member federations, and also the requirement for further investments into the sport, do you approve the principle of increasing the annual membership fee? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Switch to the Lumi platform. You have 20 seconds. Thank you. Five more seconds, and we will close the vote. The vote is now closed.
And I'm asking Lumi to present the results on the screen. Total possible votes 122, yes 80, no 31, abstention 1. Thank you very much. This resolution is approved. So we will work on this in the next weeks and months, and we will of course share with you in advance the outcome of the exercise, and this will be presented for the final approval at the Quadrennial Congress in March. Thank you very much, and we can now move to the last item on the agenda concerning the finance, which is the appointment of the external auditors. Referring to Article 33, paragraph 2, the auditors are appointed each year by the Congress based on a recommendation of the Internal Audit Committee. The Internal Audit Committee has decided to recommend PricewaterhouseCoopers, Switzerland. Do you have any questions? Okay, we can now move with the voting.
The question is as follows. Do you approve the recommendation of the Internal Audit Committee to appoint PricewaterhouseCoopers of Switzerland as external auditors for 2024? Please vote yes, no, abstain. Switch to the Lumi platform. You have 20 seconds. And the vote is closed. Thank you.
And I'm asking Lumi to present the results. Total possible votes 122, yes 101, no 1, abstention 10. Thank you very much. So this recommendation is approved, and this concludes the section on finance. Moving straight away to item 14, Council and Executive Committee election in accordance with Article 39 and 49. Regarding the Council and Article 39, it's not elegant to mention the age of a person, so I will not mention it, but the chair of the Competitive Commission has reached the statutory age limit, and will have to hand over by the end of the year. So as this casual vacancy was expected, we have published in due time the call for candidacy, and we have received the submissions by the deadline, so we will proceed with the Competitive Commission chair election. And at the same time, two members of the Executive Committee, as I mentioned in my remarks, will leave their position by the end of the year. Rosie McLaughlin, for the reason I've just explained, and also Patrick Rombo, chair of the Empowering Commission, who has announced his retirement from his position in the Executive Committee by the end, at the end of this year, on the 31st of December, and also as chair of the Empowering Commission, but at the 2025 Quadrennial Congress. So we will proceed then for the chair of the Empowering Commission with the election at the Quadrennial Congress. But for now, this will be only for the position in the Executive Committee. I think that it makes sense and it's clear for everyone. So let's start with the election of the chair of the Competitive Commission. We have received 3 submissions. The 3 candidates are nominated by the Iranian Rowing Federation, the Australian Rowing Federation, and the Dutch Rowing Federation. You have the name and the faces on the screen, or photos on the screen. We have asked, as usual, the presidents of the respective federations to present their candidate in a short video. But just to say, as for the candidate from Iran, Nazanin Malahi, we haven't received from the president, but from herself, but had decided to present you with the video, which is not what we are used to do, but let's move on with the videos. Thank you.
Hello, my friends. I am Nazan Malai, a member of Iran's rowing national team. With 17 years of membership, I have won various Asian Championship and Asian Games title and achieved the ranked 11th place in the Olympic Tokyo and 8th place in world rowing, among Iranian and Asian women, second only to China. I hold master's degree in strategic sport management. I seriously serve in the vice president of rowing in the Anzali Free Zone in the Iran, and I am a member of the World Rowing Federation Athletes Commission until 2026, and also as a woman who has fought through challenging conditions and numerous difficulties to reach these achievements. I can understand the athlete in this field in Asia and my country more deeply and can be their voice in the World Federation and the International Olympic Committee. I fully understand the conditions, needs, and support the different athletes seek because have experience in it myself, and I can help you athletes achieve your goals, having overcome many hardships myself. I would be grateful to be chosen as your representative as in the head of the Athlete Commission.
Okay, can we move with the second video? Thank you.
I'm Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing Australia. It is with great pride that I offer my endorsement for Paul Thompson for the role of Chair of the Competitive Commission. With a lifetime of experience in rowing, I could not think of a more capable and well-credentialed candidate for this role than Paul. He has a deep understanding of the issues facing classic competitive rowing, including keeping our sport contemporary, the appeal of our sport to rowers and fans alike, and the need to connect and incentivise our events, as well as providing a fair field of play. As well as being a world and Olympic champion coach with member federations from 3 different continental regions, Paul has a proven record of leadership and administration in national and international sporting roles. He brings an informed, unique, and impartial view to the major issues facing rowing globally. Paul is already an active contributor to the Competitive Commission, which is underpinned by an excellent understanding of governance, administration, and coaching. As I do, you will find Paul to be a good listener and collaborative. Having spent a lifetime in rowing, Paul understands the strength of our sport there, but also the importance of representation from other regions. The next 2 Olympic and Paralympic Games are in Los Angeles and Brisbane. This is a wonderful opportunity for rowing to develop throughout the Americas, Asia, Africa, as well as Oceania and Pacific region. Paul brings the kind of perspective and insights that only his unparalleled experience can provide. He is the ideal candidate to chair this critical commission and lead our sport into the future. Thank you.
So, last video from President of Netherlands Rowing Federation.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear rowers, in the Netherlands we love rowing and we are dedicated to expanding and innovating rowing across the world. A key driver to this is to make the sports more exciting for spectators, media and sponsors, while maintaining the true sportsmanship of rowing. My name is Seada van den Herrik. I'm the president of the Dutch Rowing Federation, and I'm proud to present Henk-Jan Zwolle as our candidate to the chair of the Competitive Rowing Commission. There are 3 main reasons why we think he is the excellent candidate for this post. 1. His experience in fairness and competitive rowing. He has been over a decade in the Competitive Rowing Commission, and he has achieved multiple improvements and innovations in the area of fairness, using tools and having more transparency in weather and fairness protocols. 2. A vision for the future. Henk-Jan is committed to make rowing more stimulating, exciting and inclusive. His plans with the Commission include, amongst others, to improve the excitement of tournaments, to include and stimulate more female coaches, and 3, to develop a global ranking system for all rowers that will support continental championships. 3. Independent. Henk-Jan is an independent, dedicated, experienced rower, athlete, coach and chairperson. He is not paid by the Dutch Rowing Federation, so he can act independently of our rowing federation and act on behalf of the international rowing community. Henk-Jan Zwolle is a name that stands for excellence. As an Olympic medalist, he has won both bronze and gold medal. After his athletic career, he has been successful as a national coach and in organizing world championships in the Netherlands with lots of innovative ideas. With this broad experience of Henk-Jan, with the outline of his plans, we think he's the right person to chair the competitive commission and to lead rowing into the future. Do we have your support? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are now moving with this vote. So Article 36 will apply. The candidates who reaches the absolute majority will be elected, and obviously if it is not the case at the first round, we will have a second round, and the candidate who would have who has obtained the smallest number of votes at the first round will then be eliminated for the second round. So over to you, Executive Director, to proceed with the vote.
Thank you. Please cast one vote. Your candidate for the chair of the Competitive Commission is Nazanin Malay by Iran, Paul Thompson, nominated by Australia, or Henk-Jan Zwolle, nominated by Netherlands, or abstain. The vote is now open. Please switch to the Lumi platform. You have 20 seconds. Five more seconds. And the vote is now closed.
I'm asking Lumi to present the results. So, total possible votes, 126, Henk-Jan Zwolle, 66, meaning a 56.4%, Paul Thompson, 42, Nazanin Malay, 9, abstention 1. So, Henk-Jan Zwolle is elected chair of the Competitive Commission, starting the mandate on the 1st of January 2025, and to complete the mandate of the current chair, Rosie Meglosling. So congratulations to Henk-Jan, and thank you to the other two candidates for dedicating also their time and their effort for the sport of rowing. All the very best. And again, thank you to our delegates for the voting. So moving now, let me just the delegates say a few words. It is actually with a true emotion that I would like now to pay tribute to Rosie Meglosling as she is reaching the end of a chapter, and quite an impressive chapter, I must say. Rosie is simply a genuine servant of sport, is a true servant of rowing. Rosie was a women's rowing pioneer in the UK back in the 70s, in the 1970s. Many rowing clubs near her home were not open for women participants, but she was able to start sculling at Weybridge Ladies Rowing Club near her hometown of Staines. She advanced to participate as an athlete in 5 World Rowing Championships and the 1980 Olympic Games. She has a bachelor's degree in movement studies and English, a master's degree, and is currently studying for a PhD degree. She has published 2 books on rowing and several academic papers related to rowing. After completing her career as an athlete, she started into her coaching and team management stages of her career. She has coached at Oxford University and, it is said, was the second ever female national coach of GB, following the legendary Penny Shooter. And I must say it is with a deep sadness that we have just learned a couple of minutes ago of the death of Penny Shooter. So our thoughts are with her, her family, and to the rowing community of UK. But I think we can say that her greatest contribution to the sport has been in sport management. She has had a number of positions in her home country, the United Kingdom, related to coaching, education, and the development of women's rowing. She has been honored in Britain with the British Rowing Medal of Honor and has received the prestigious Order of the British Empire for services to rowing and to gender equality in sport. No one would disagree that she has made major contributions to British rowing in her life, in her time there. Coming now to FISA and World Rowing. What a tremendous contributions to our organization during her long service as a member of the Competitive Rowing Commission since 2007, and then as chair of the commission and member of the council starting in 2015. Finally, since 2018, as a member of the executive committee. She has been a strong and consistent contributor to the Competitive Commission through her contribution to the Fairness Committee and the Seeding Committee. She has overseen a steady development of procedures for these 2 critical functions attached to our main regattas. She has made herself available far beyond the call of duty for a volunteer member of the Commission. Perhaps her greatest contribution to world rowing has been in the area of coaching education. She has given hundreds of hours of work to this critical element of the development program. Her experience from working on this area at British Rowing professionally has transferred great knowledge to world rowing. This has been greatly appreciated. Rosie has been a very appreciated member of the Council and since 2018 the Executive Committee. I must say she takes each decision very seriously and carefully assesses the impact of the decision on coaches and athletes, and especially on fairness and competition. She also is highly motivated for gender equality and all the efforts made in recent years to achieve all possible for the event's programs. On behalf of World Rowing, thank you very much, Rosie. We know that you will continue to dedicate to your beloved sport, certainly in a different manner from 1st of Jan. Would you like to say a few words?
If I can. Thank you so much for that. I wish to thank the member federations for trusting me to fulfil my role within World Rowing. And to my Executive Council and Commission colleagues and all of the World Rowing staff, to thank you very much for your hard work and friendship over many years. I'm very proud to be a part of World Rowing, which is an international federation with integrity and fairness as 2 core values, which I see demonstrated in all our activities. In any organisation, it is the people who make it work. In all my time at World Rowing, I've worked alongside creative, innovative and principled people. We may not always agree, but we always have rowing at the heart of any decision we make, and we respect each other. thank you very much for your cooperation and friendship over the last 17 years. And as JC said, I shan't be disappearing completely, but thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Rosie. We are now moving to the Executive Committee election related to Article 48. So we have in the executive 3 council members who are elected according to Article 49. For this position in the executive committee, all council members are eligible as long as they have been in the council since the 1st of January of the year of the election. They shall be elected individually by the Congress based on the recommendation of the council. As you can see on your screen and was presented in the agenda papers, the council recommend to appoint Gwyn Batten, chair of the Coastal Rowing Commission, and Matthias Binder, chair of the Equipment and Technology Commission. And we will now proceed with the vote and handing over to the executive director.
The question is as follows. Do you approve the council recommendation to appoint Gwyn Batten, chair of the Coastal Rowing Commission, as member of the executive committee? Please vote yes, no, or abstain. Switch to the Lumi platform. You have 20 seconds. Five seconds remaining. The vote is closed.
I'm asking Lumi to present the results. Total possible votes 126, yes 101, no 4, abstention 7. Congratulations, Gwyn Batten. You are elected as member of the executive committee starting on the 1st of Jan 2025. If we have Gwyn and if she would like to say a few words. If it's not the case, we can proceed with the next. Oh, Gwyn is here. You're on mute. Oh, we have a technical problem. Let's move with the second vote and let's see if we can have you later on. But we see that you basically thank the delegates for the election. So thank you. We will now move for the voting of the second position and back again to the executive director.
Do you approve the council recommendation to appoint Matthias Binder, chair of the Equipment and Technology Commission, as member of the executive committee? Please vote yes, no, abstain. Switch to the Lumi platform. You have 20 seconds. And the vote is now closed.
I'm asking Lumi to present the results. Total possible votes 126, yes 88, no 3, abstention 17. So congratulations Matthias Binder is elected member of the executive committee. Congratulations, Matthias. If you have Matthias with us, let's try to have him say a few words.
Hello, hope you can hear me.
We can.
Dear Mr. President, dear delegates, and dear fellow council members, thank you. Thank you very much for electing me to the Executive Committee of World Rowing. It's a great honor for me. I will do my best to promote our beautiful sport, to promote fairness and also sustainability. Thank you for your big trust. I also would like to thank Rosie and Patrick for their huge commitment all these years. And I'm looking very much forward to work together with all of you in the future.
Thank you. Can we go back to Gwyn now to see if we can hear her? Last chance if technology follows. Still not possible. Okay, so congratulations to both of you. We look forward, the executive committee obviously look forward to working with you and contribute to our organization and our sport. So we will now move to point 15. I just want to, I'm looking at the time. We are running a little bit late. I suggest that we continue the Congress and we complete all the points except point 21. We will then have a short break, not the break I had envisioned initially, but we will have a short break before the presentation. So keep with us. We will continue until we complete the formal points. Point 15 will be quite quick. It's a report of the Continental Rowing Confederation and other member groupings. You have all in your file, you have all these reports from President Mehdi Garidi for FASA, from President Fernando Ucha for COPARE, because it's a report of 2024. I will just mention that since the election of Arge Diaz from Mexico as president of COPARE, all our congratulations and best wishes to Arge Diaz for this position. And let me also take the opportunity to congratulate Fernando Ucha, who has been also elected president of the Uruguayan Olympic Committee. President Chen Chanchin from ARF, Anna Marie Phelps, president of the European Rowing Confederation, and Liz Spear for the Ocean Rowing Confederation. And also I take the opportunity to thank Lee Spear for as he has hand over this his position, for his contribution to our sport, and all the very best wishes to Duncan Free from Australia, who has taken over to this position as president of ORCON. We have also the member groupings federation, the report, Khaled Sain Eldin for the Arab Rowing Federation, Doreen Alupai for the Balkan Rowing Federation, Peter Cookson for the Commonwealth Rowing Association, Gary Harris for the Coupe de la Jeunesse, and also Raul Politi for the Confederación Sudamericana de Remo. If you have no question, I will move then to point number 16, reports on application for affiliation and voting consequence there. We have received the application from Sierra Leone. The Council has reviewed the application documents and do recommend the Congress to approve the affiliation. Back to the Executive Director to proceed with the voting.
The question is as follows. Do you approve the Council recommendation to admit the Sierra Leone Rowing Federation as a new member of World Rowing? Please vote yes, no, abstain, switch to the Lumi platform, and you have 20 seconds. You have 5 more seconds to vote. And the vote is now closed.
I'm asking Lumi to present the result on the screen. Total possible votes 126, yes 104, abstention 6. So Sierra Leone is a member Federation of World Rowing, and actually we have now 160 member federations. Congratulations to Sierra Leone. I move now to point 17, reports on future World Rowing events and Olympic and Paralympic regattas, and I'm handing the floor to Natalie Phillips, head of the Events and Sports Department, for an update.
(2025) World Rowing Championships in Shanghai, and for this they have sent through a video, so we'd like to share the video with you.
On behalf of the organized committee of the 2025 World Rowing Champions, I would like to extend a warm congratulations on the opening of 2024 World Rowing Congress. Here, please allow me to share our preparations with you. First and foremost, let's talk about the competition venue, which is of utmost importance to everyone. Shanghai Water Sports Center was built in August 1983. It has 2 main courses, 2,250 meters long and 3 to 4 meters deep. The center is a well-equipped artificial water sports venue of international standard. We spent nearly 1 year to deliver a comprehensive venue upgrade. In February of this year, World Rowing inspected the competition venue and its auxiliary facilities, and gave us some highly professional suggestions for improvements. We have been making improvement and adjustment accordingly. We warmly welcome all participation teams to arrive in Shanghai for pre-event training. Should there be a need for earlier training, teams are encouraged to contact the local organizing committee for arrangements. Secondly, let's address the logistic arrangements and hospitality service for the event, which is also of great concern to all of us. In terms of boat shipping, teams can choose your logistic provider or pay for the service of Shanghai ITPC International Transportation Co. Ltd. When boats arrive at the port of Shanghai, we will provide free customs clearance and the local transport. For more detail, please contact us. Regarding accommodations near the competition venue, we have carried out a comprehensive review and have prepared a detailed list of hotel accommodations available for participating teams. All the teams need to book via the LOC booking system, and some hotel rooms will be renovated for the para rows. Now, room booking service is available on the LOC website. 3 meals per day are included in the packages. Without option for Muslims, vegetarians, and extra, we will offer transport between airports, the venue, and hotels to teams who booked accommodations through LOC. Thirdly, let's address visa process. China has granted visa-free entry policy for some countries, and we will provide the teams with invitation letters for visa if it is required. Please apply for your visa from the relevant Chinese embassies, consulates, and other agents authorized by the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If required, and the local organization committee will provide necessary assistance. Should you have any inquiries, please do not hesitate to contact the organizing committee. We are more than happy to assist you. You can reach us via email at office@2025wrch.com. We extend our sincere welcome to all participants to join us in Shanghai for the World Rowing Champions. Look forward to meeting you in Shanghai in 2025.
So delegates, if you do have any questions, we are aware that a few teams did have some challenges with contacting the organizing committee earlier in the year. The event manager for this event is Matt Evans, so please don't hesitate to reach out if you do have any challenges with contacts, but as you'll have seen in the video, they've shared their contacts there. Next, moving on to the Youth Olympic Games in Dakar in 2026, we'd like to provide you with a short update of where we are in the preparations. So as Jean-Christophe mentioned, the IOC announced in June 2024 that rowing would be part of the as one of the competition sports in the games in the format of coastal rowing beach sprints. And at the moment, we're currently working very closely with the IOC as well as the Dakar 2026 organizing committees on the next steps and planning. One of the key dates is at the beginning of December, the 3rd to the 5th of December, where the IOC Executive Board will be finalizing the events, confirming the athletes' quotas, as well as the qualification principles around the games. So in early December, we will know exactly which boat classes will be provided and taking place. We know for sure that the solos will be part of the event. However, there is still some discussions regarding whether the mixed double will be included, and we are pushing very hard that it is included in the event. One important point is regarding the age of the participants, the age of the athletes, and it's slightly different to previous Youth Olympic Games. And for across all sports, not only rowing, the athletes will need to be between the age of 15 to 17 years old. This means they must have a maximum age of 17 at the time of competition. And this is based on the IOC's commitment to human rights. So the athlete quota, event program, and principles will be then sent through to us early December. And following that, we will be able to work on the qualification process and finalize that with the IOC, and then to be able to share it with the member federations. We do know that the first qualification event, however, will be the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals, which will take place in October 2025. And then, so that will be the first point of qualification, and then the steps after that, should they go into Continental, we will share that information with you. The games will take place between the 31st of October and the 13th of November. What we don't have at this time is the exact dates for rowing, but we do know there will be 2 days of training and 4 days of competition. Jean-Christophe, back to you for any questions on Dakar.
Well, can you move on and on 28, and let's see if we have a question on the three after your presentation.
Okay. So the next point is regarding Los Angeles, the 2028 Games, Olympic and Paralympic Games. And we have been also in very close communication with the IOC and currently in consultations on the quota and disciplines for the Olympics and Paralympics, and both for classic and coastal. And this consultation will continue into Q1 of 2025. At the beginning of 2025, also, the organizing committee are looking at hiring several of the sport managers for different sports, and rowing is included in this timeline. Then in March, there will be the IOC session to confirm the disciplines for the athlete quota for Classic and also for Coastal. In June and July for Paralympics, this is when we will hear back from the IPC regarding the quota and event disciplines for the para rowers. So we are also in contact with the IPC regarding the same process. And at the moment, we don't have exact dates on the timelines for the development of the qualification systems, but as soon as we have the confirmed quota, we will be able to continue the work on those.
Okay, thank you very much, Natalie. Any questions on these three coming events from our delegates? And again, the team is at your disposal if you have any questions, even outside of this Congress. So I suggest that we move, and thank you again very much, Natalie, and all the very best to you and the baby due very soon. Okay, we move now to point number 18, place and date of the next Congress. We propose the 2025 Ordinary Congress take place on Monday 29th September in Shanghai, China, which is the day immediately after the closing of the 2025 World Rowing Championships. Can I just ask if there is another proposal from the delegates? I don't see any, so I consider that the proposal is approved. Thank you. And now moving to item number 19. We have on the agenda today the attribution of the 2027 World Rowing Championships. At the deadline for submission, we have received 3 bids from Lucerne, Switzerland, Seville, Spain, and Varese, Italy. The bid documents have been thoroughly reviewed and analyzed by the event sport and the team and the marketing team, and equally by the council. Dedicated sessions have been organized with the bidders, and the council have also met on different occasions to review the documents and the candidacies. Recently and regrettably, Seville has informed us of its withdrawal from the process. So since we have 2 candidates, and on November 1st, we have circulated an executive summary of the 2 remaining bids, namely Lucerne and Varese, and the council has met again this morning to finalize its recommendation to the Congress. Let me first and foremost thank very much the candidates for entering this process. On behalf of World Rowing, I would like to sincerely and warmly express our gratitude for their contribution to our sport and our organization. As you will agree, it's an essential piece of our raison d'être to provide our athletes, the best athlete of the world, with the environment to perform at their best and to deliver the world champion titles and in our sport, and also the world ranking of the year in our events. The 2027 World Rowing Championships will be the pinnacle event of the year for the classic rowing discipline, and as you know, will also constitute the first step of the qualification process to the Los Angeles 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. So let me again recognize the great quality and robustness of the submissions. Both organizing committee or representatives of the organizing committee are connected with us today. So just to remind you, referring to rule number 5, and the principle is clear: to avoid the delegates of our member federation to have to go through all the details and the extremely numerous documentation, technical document, and so that you can develop your own analysis. This is a very demanding exercise, and this is made by both the event, sport and marketing teams, and then shared and reviewed by the council. So this is one of the role and responsibility of the council to dedicate the appropriate time to this task. And this is what you, the member federation, gives to the council as a responsibility. So before I give the floor to my colleagues to present the council recommendation, we will have 2 short videos. I think it was important that you, the delegates, can take a little bit of the feel of the two extremely good candidature, and therefore we have asked them to present you with a short video. So we will go in the alphabetical order, and can I ask the technical staff to launch the videos? Thank you.
We're taking a bus ride today. A bus ride from the main train station in Lucerne to the Rotsee. A bus ride that year after year, athletes competing on the Rotsee will take. Beyond that, we're taking a bus ride to the World Rowing Championships 2027. Join us and get inspired. Most of you know Lucerne and have been here before. A beautiful city in the heart of Switzerland, with all the well-known clichés. And yes, most of them are true. We have the mountains, the cows, the chocolate, and the watches. Lucerne as a rowing destination is also known for the friendly volunteers and the experienced team on site. We're hosting the rowing family every year. We speak your language. 我们会说中文, wir sprechen Deutsch, nous parlons français, hablamos español, parliamo italiano. Oh, and remember, you got free ice cream this year. But in 2027, things will be different. Forget today's image that you have of the World Rowing Cup on the Rotsee. For the World Championships, things will be very different. As you get to the venue, like us with this bus, your team will be welcomed to the accredited area of a redesigned boatyard, an enlarged teams area that will allow them to perfectly prepare for their races. Your athletes will find everything needed, including ice baths, athlete lounges, high quality and affordable catering on site, and many screens to follow all the racing live. A setting to perfectly prepare them for the most important races of the season. And then, of course, we need to talk about the conditions. Think about it. Where would you want to qualify for the Olympic and Paralympic Games? The Rotsee is God's gift to the rowers. That's how Sir Steve Redgrave phrased it. We have asked today's athletes to hear what they have to say about the Rotsee and what makes it so special for them to row here.
Being in Lausanne is quite amazing because it's such magical nature. It's amazing mountains and the water is just so crystal clear. People are so friendly. I love it here.
But this is really the mecca of rowing, the Lake of Gods. So it's just fun to come here, race, and have fair and good conditions all the time.
And we describe it like it's light and bouncy. Yeah, so it feels like sometimes we're flying when we get the boat right.
It's really nice to be so close to the city, and in my opinion, always the best organization there is, and the best conditions, the most fair conditions. So yeah.
Beyond that, we want to further improve the conditions and plan to install a wave breaker between warm-up area and racecourse. This will benefit athletes not just in 2027, but at every future regatta on the Rotsee. Now enough about the water. Let's talk about the benefits for teams in 2027. Transport from and to the airport will be fully covered by the organizing committee, and once here, public transport or a shuttle service will bring you from your accommodation to the venue free of charge and as quickly as reliably as usual for Switzerland. We are proud of that. Talking about accommodations, we have secured your preferred rooms in your preferred hotels. And more importantly, we offer affordable alternatives at very good conditions. For teams looking for low-cost accommodation, we will offer 3-star full-board accommodations for less than €100 per day in the city of Lucerne. Now let's talk about that Rothsay atmosphere. Were you there this May? Yes, that was the atmosphere at this year's regatta. But we want to talk about 2027. Let's dive in and have a look at the Finnish arena for the World Rowing Championships 2027 in Lucerne. There will be multiple grandstands on either side of the racecourse, with thousands of seats and enough space for many more spectators on both sides of the lakes. A floating bridge behind the finish line will connect the two sides. Together, this will create an absolutely amazing atmosphere for athletes and spectators alike. The start area will be fully incorporated into the event concept. Spectators will be able to follow the start of all the races live and from very close by. A unique perspective on rowing. The boatyard will be an accredited area, as already mentioned, but spectators will be able to walk around it on an elevated treetop walkway. They will be able to follow their heroes getting ready for their races. A unique perspective. We want to create a dedicated area for athletes to mix with spectators in order to inspire as many young kids as possible to take up our beautiful sport. And of course, we will want to provide a stage to celebrate the newly crowned heroes and all the amazing new stories written on the Rothsay. For this, we will set up a World Championship village in the heart of the city. We want to offer the winning crews the stage they deserve to properly celebrate their achievements. This village will also host concerts and other cultural highlights and will form a central place for rowing enthusiasts from all around the world, as well as the local population, to meet and celebrate the sport of rowing. All of this just within a few minutes bus ride from the venue, and just a short walk away from the hotels downtown. The time is right for Lucerne. Give us the chance to host an unforgettable event and provide your athletes with the best possible setting to fulfill their Olympic and Paralympic dreams at the World Rowing Championships in 2027.
Thank you. Now we move with the second video for Varese.
The Varese Organizing Committee is composed of the municipality, the Italian Rowing Federation, and the Canottieri Varese, which over the years has demonstrated great organizational skills. We are on an extraordinary lake. The 2027 World Championships represent a pinnacle moment for Varese, showcasing the city's commitment to rowing and its ability to host world-class events.
The journey to create our bid for the 2027 World Rowing Championships has been intense and demanding, involving the full force of our organizing committee. We are dedicated to presenting the strongest possible candidacy, and we envision the 2027 World Rowing Championships as a truly transformative event, distinct from any other we have hosted in the past. We are focused on creating a festival atmosphere around the event, with a wide range of amenities and exciting activities for everyone to enjoy. We are also excited about the Rowers Arena, located in the middle of the park. This dedicated space will offer athletes, staff and coaches a prime viewing spot for the races, where they can relax, connect and cheer on their teams together. It's an exclusive area designed to enhance their World Championships experience.
Parking has always been a strong point of Varese's logistics. The trailer parking area has a capacity of 110 trailers and is located immediately behind the boat park, making loading and unloading of materials, equipment and boats extremely easy for the teams. entire boat park will be available to teams and athletes with reserved access with accreditation. Particular attention has been paid to the para-rowing boat rack area, which will be made fully accessible to wheelchairs by creating a reinforced lawn. Our staff has also designed a variation of the boat rack to accommodate PR1 boats. All pathways within the park will be rebuilt in reinforced concrete to ensure maximum accessibility. And at the end of the event, they will become part of the park's cycling and pedestrian path. All facilities such as the ergometer's tent, athletes rest area, athletes weighing and bag drop will be expanded and upgraded to allow access and use by a large number of athletes expected and will be fully accessible. The restaurant, an area we've prioritized given its potential for challenges, will be housed in a spacious marquee. It will offer over 800 seats.
In Varese, we have everything we need to host any kind of high-level rowing competition. A big area for tents next to the racks area, between the trees and in the shade when it's hot. In the boat park, we have a lot of space for setting up the boats and for training. We have a passion for being volunteers, which is the true driving force of a team, and we feel part of a family, the rowing family.
We're significantly expanding our grandstand capacity to accommodate over 4,000 spectators in total. This breakdown provides a clear and organized overview of the grandstand options while highlighting the increased capacity and diverse seating choices available to attendees. Behind the stands, the food and beverage area and commercial area for spectators will be expanded and improved. There will be several street food stalls and spaces dedicated to exhibitors.
The World Rowing Family Hospitality Area offers a truly special experience for our World Rowing Family ticket holders. Relax in comfort with dedicated food and drinks while enjoying prime views of the races. Experience VIP hospitality like never before. We're offering an expansive poolside retreat with dedicated grandstand access, ensuring a prime view of the action.
For athletes and staff, logistics are very easy. We are lucky because we have an international airport very close to the lake. In 2027, we will have a direct train connected to airport with the city center of Varese in less than 20 minutes.
Hotels are extremely competitive compared to the European standard, and for the 2027 World Championship, an agreement has been reached with the Hotellerie Association to control prices and standard as competitive as possible. For the 2027 World Championship, transportation will be enhanced with the routes that connected all the hotel partners to the lake.
I am here to propose the Varese Organizing Committee for the organization of the 2027 World Rowing Championships. This committee has a long and distinguished history of organizing exceptional rowing events at every level.
The World Rowing Championships 2027 in Varese will coincide with the centenary of the Società Canottieri Varese, founded in 1927. It will be a unique opportunity to involve everyone, from the media to sponsors, to the entire local community, in an atmosphere of celebration and sharing.
With over 14 kilometers of surface area, Lake Varese is considered one of the best natural lakes for rowing. Its calm waters and perfect environmental conditions provide an ideal racing venue for high-level competitions and training camp. Thanks to its orientation, the prevailing winds on the course are either tailwind or headwind, very rarely crosswind, allowing optimal performances for all participants. The racecourse guarantees equal conditions for all participants. Our 8-lane racecourse plus lanes for warm-up, cool down and return, ensuring ample space and fair conditions for all crews. And a beautiful scenario you'll never forget.
Thank you very much for these two videos, and again to the organizing committees for their excellent bids. So now I will pass on the floor to the chair of the Events Commission, Eva Santo, and to the chair of the Competitive Commission, Rodi Meglosling, and to the chair of the Athletes Commission, Frida Svensson, but starting with Eva to present the recommendation of the Council.
Christophe, as you already said, World Rowing has received 2 excellent bids for the 2027 World Rowing Championships. Following extensive review of both bids by the World Rowing Council and World Rowing staff, both bids meet the technical requirements as well as being creative and innovative. Both venues can deliver an excellent World Rowing Championships, which is also the first qualification opportunity for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games in Los Angeles. The recommendation from the World Rowing Council to the Congress is to attribute the 2027 World Rowing Championships to Lucerne. One of World Rowing objectives is to increase spectator experience, athlete visibility, and promotion of the sport, whilst both bids provide exciting new opportunities. Lucerne enables spectators to fully immerse in the event and the athlete journey towards being a world champion or qualifying for the Games. Having spectators from the start to finish with a stadium arena effect in the finish will create a fantastic atmosphere. Spectators will also be able to experience behind the scenes with being able to walk over the athlete preparation area without disturbing the athletes. Lucerne has addressed some of the venue challenges they face with the World Cups. For example, reorganizing the layout of the athlete boat area, making effective use of all the space, which is helped by having the boat park as an accredited area. In addition, Lucerne has done great efforts in finding new solutions for low-cost accommodation in a very touristic city. And now over to Rosie and Frida.
Thank you, Eva. So we know that the conditions on both courses are fair and both have very good water conditions. Lucerne has a slightly narrower course, so therefore has generally less waves on it. And the big thing, as Eva has already said, that it is of consideration is that there are issues with the warm-up area being alongside the racing course in the first 750 meters. And that will now be negated by putting in a wave attenuator. So we feel that from a fairness and water perspective that Lucerne offers slightly better conditions.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you, Rosie. From the athletes' perspective, many athletes know both venues very well already. From the athlete's perspective, the conditions on and off the water in both bids are very good, with some great new additions and changes. The addition of the wave breaker in Lucerne will make a big difference to the conditions both for racing and warm-up on the water in 2027 and beyond. Having spectators on both sides of the course, as well as along the course all the way up to the start area, rather than just in the finish area, is a benefit to athletes in the racing experience, as there is more visibility of the racing for friends and family. Thank you. Back to our president, Jean-Christophe.
Thank you very much for these comments, and so we have now provided the Congress with the recommendation, and in accordance with the rules, we are now ready to move with the voting. Before, may I just open, obviously, the floor for any questions from our delegates, obviously. If you have no questions, so we can now move with the vote.
The question being asked to you: do you approve the Council recommendation to attribute the 2027 World Rowing Championships to Lucerne? Please vote yes, no, abstain, switch to the Lumi platform. You have 20 seconds to cast your votes. Five more seconds. And the vote is now closed.
I'm asking Lumi to present the results. So total possible votes 126, yes 80, no 17, abstention 7. Thank you very much. The 2027 World Rowing Championships are attributed to Lucerne. So we have with us today connected representatives from both candidates, from Lucerne and Varese. I'm happy to give them the floor for any remarks, starting maybe for as the alphabetical order with Lucerne. If you have, if you would like to say a few words, the delegation from Lucerne.
Yeah. This is Neville Tanzer. Jean-Christophe, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Neville, the president of the Swiss Rowing Federation.
I'm sitting here with the organizing committee president, Mario Gier, who would like to say a few words.
Distinguished Mr. President, dear Jean-Christophe, dear member federation representative from all around the world, dear rowing friends, we are extremely happy and proud to be able to host the World Rowing Championship 2027 in Lucerne on a magical Rothsee. First, we would like to thank the organizing committee from Varese, Sevilla and Bled. They have all put an enormous amount of work into their candidacy and pushed us to prepare the best possible bid. The World Rowing needs all of you to continue to host amazing events, and we look forward to continue working together with each other. We want to thank the team at World Rowing for their efforts, and of course we want to thank all of you, dear member federation representative, for trusting us with hosting the so important Olympic and Paralympic qualification World Rowing Championship 2027. We will continue to excellent collaboration with Swiss Rowing, our host federation, to make sure we can host an unforgettable rowing festival in August 2027. Tonight we will celebrate, but be assured that tomorrow on we will continue our work and see you all at the Lucerne Regatta 2025 next year. Thank you again for your trust.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you, the Lucerne delegation. Congratulations. Looking forward to the next phase, and all the very best for the preparation of this championship. Do we have a delegation of Varese and would like to say a few words? I'm happy to give you the floor. Pierpaolo, the floor is yours. You can. Technical problem.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mr. President, and all the World Rowing delegates. We expect a different decision, but we are very happy with our friend of Lucerne, and we are sure that they will stage an impressive 2027 World Rowing Championships. And now we have to focus on our next challenge. We wait all of you for the 2025 World Cup in Varese and the World Rowing Championships in Varese remain a dream, and we hope that we will have the opportunity to stage it in the following years. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Pierpaolo. Thank you very much to the Varese bidding committee. And as you said, we know that you have the capacity to organize fantastic events. We look forward to continuing working with you. We need all of you to organize our events. So thank you for being in this process, and all the very best for the next event. So thank you, Lucerne. Thank you, Varese. We can now move to point 20, which will be very quick because we do not have any request for consideration of decisions. We will cover point 21 after the break. Agenda item 22. We have no additional agenda items received by the due date, so we can move to 23, any other business. So we have reached the last point of the agenda except point 21. This concludes, we don't have any points to mention in this item. I'm just looking at the participants and the delegates if there is any points. If not, this concludes part 1 of the Congress, all the formal points. I propose that we have a short break, but a very short break, so that we can cover the project and we can update you with all the strategic project. So we will reduce a little bit, but please, we will resume. It's CET time, 3 p.m. We will resume in 5, maximum 10 minutes, but by then you will have a video from our friends of St. Catherine who have organized the 2024 World Rowing Championships, senior, under 23 and under 19 last summer. See you in 5 minutes, 10 minutes max.
Welcome to St. Catharines, home of this year's World Championships. On behalf of the Board of Directors and all the volunteers, we hope that you had a world-class experience, that the athletes, coaches, and spectators enjoyed themselves here in St. Catharines. To welcoming the world back here again real soon.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We will now move to a less formal point on the agenda, but nevertheless very important. We will be updating you on the key strategic project. So also it's not on the formal point of the Congress. It's again nevertheless very important that we can share with you the projects. So for today we will first start with an update on the strategic event and calendar review. I have mentioned it in my additional remarks. This is a very important project to address the challenges mainly on our event and on calendar for the classic rowing. And I am handing the floor to Eva Santo, Chair of the Events Commission, who is leading the project on behalf of the Executive Committee. Eva, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. I'm aware of the time constraint. I try to streamline the presentation as much as possible. But I would like to give you all an update on the progress and on where we are now since the launch of the project last year. The strategic event and calendar review addresses classic rowing only. However, we are trying to identify crossovers and learnings from the other two disciplines, coastal rowing, beach sprints indoor, and connected rowing. With the presentation, as I said, I would like to give you an update and also invite you to express your views, opinions, ask questions, and in such a way contribute to the project. So the SECR is a top strategic priority for world rowing with one overarching objective, which is adapting to a fast-changing global environment, ensuring that classic rowing stays relevant, attractive, sustainable, and commercially viable by reshaping or even reinventing classic rowing events, identifying new priorities. If we can move to the next slide, please. The three main deliverables that we identified for the project is one is a revised program for all World Rowing Championships, the senior under 23 and under 19. And this is connected to change of the Rule 25. The second main deliverable is excuse me, introducing an attractive sporting incentive scheme for the World Cups in this Olympic cycle and beyond. And this also has another subgroup, which is the world ranking system. I will come back to that in more detail in a minute. And the third main deliverable of the review project is proposing a completely reshaped World Rowing event calendar, including a new World Cup series. And let's see now what has been covered in those three areas since last year's World Rowing Ordinary Congress in Belgrade, where the SECR was introduced. We've gone through an extensive stakeholder consultation process, aiming to identify the challenges and threats, the needs of the various stakeholder groups, opportunities, and match the ideas with the strategic objectives of world rowing. We organized workshops throughout the year, both online and in person. The in-person meetings, as you see on the screen, were always linked to events to ensure better participation, as well as making it sure that it's more sustainable. So the core project group met regularly online. The key stakeholder group, if you remember, with members representing council, continental representatives, also representing member federations and certain commissions and senior staff members, met twice in person last year, this year in Lucerne and Poznan, and also we had a 2-day work, 1.5-day workshop in Belgrade after the Congress last year. Many ideas were brought up. Also, we had a workshop with the organizing committees in Varese, organizing committees which are regularly hosting World Rowing events, so they have a good view on it. Also, there was a meeting with the boat builders and service providers in Lucerne, and we are keen to listen to the confederations and the continental representatives' inputs. Of course, it's quite natural that World Rowing Executive Committee and Council also discussed the matters that I will present now. It needs to be mentioned as well that some of the elements were already implemented in 2024. For example, the enhanced sport presentation at certain events, new approach to victory ceremonies, for example, in the Lucerne final Olympic and Paralympic qualification regatta, where the medals were presented in one block after all the racing finished. And it took place in the boat park, and all the athletes could cheer for their peers. It was really nice event there. Also in the strategic event attribution process, the World Cup when attributing the World Cups for the years 2025 and 2026, some aspects were already considered, like to shorten the gap between the legs of the World Cup from 3 weeks to 2 weeks. And currently, as these events are mostly take place in Europe, with this, we would like to have the overseas teams to stay for all the World Cups and reduce their costs for stay and travel. And now if we can go into more detail about the proposals of the changes to Rule 25. So a lot of consultation took place on this one as well. It started with meetings involving the competitive rowing, youth rowing, para rowing, and athletes commissions, as well as events commission representatives. The potential programs were widely discussed in the key stakeholder group as well. And of course, we brought up some of the proposals to Council and Executive Committee. And why we need a change to the program, I think President Jean-Christophe touched base on this already. We would like to create a shorter World Championship program. All events with events that are very well attended, but also provide good racing and pathway opportunities for the top elite athletes, consider doubling up opportunities, and create a sustainable and easily manageable event with good and exciting racing sessions, and also quality training time during the championships. And what are some of the principles when deciding how to change? Thank you. The goal is to create an event program for all World Championships, which is well attended, multiple racing opportunities. The principles that are considered: statistics from past participation, Also looking at previous events and looking at tendencies, and also bearing in mind what the Los Angeles and future Olympic rowing program might look like. The proposal is being worked on currently for the Olympic program. A possible addition of a mixed gender event is being considered, which is in line with the IOC trends and policies. It provides an additional medal opportunity, as well as can bring a fun element for the athletes. And finally, it has been considered that the under-19, under-23 championships provide a pathway for growth and development for athletes through to the World Rowing Championships and Olympic, Paralympic Games. You can see a summary of what is currently proposed. So for the Senior World Championships, the proposal is to delete the lightweight men's and women's pairs, the lightweight men's and women's quadruple sculls, and thus reducing the events to 16, plus adding a mixed event. So ultimately it will be 17. In the under-23 championships, also deleting the above-mentioned lightweight events, the pairs and the quads, and also the coxed fours. And in under-19, it's the deletion of, the proposal is the deletion of the coxed fours. Then we speak about the mixed gender event. We thought that it would be a good addition to all World Championships senior, under-23 and under-19. Regarding para-rowing events and huge contribution from the Para-Rowing Commission, and we know that it's not easy to decide on this. But the current proposal is to go with the 5 Paralympic events. So reduce the number of events by 4 in the Senior World Championships. By the way, currently we are looking at proposing to the IPC the same 5 Paralympic boat classes for the Los Angeles program as we had in Paris. And there's a new proposal that came from the Para-Rowing Commission to add 2 events to the program of the under-23 World Rowing Championships. If we move one slide, it shows in a chart all the events, the possible events. And if I can go into some explanation about the para for the under-23s, the proposal is to add the PR3 men's and women's singles. Both looking at the current PR3 athletes, where there is a significant number of under-23 who are from the under-23 age group. And the inclusion of the PR3 single events is relatively easy, simple. These athletes are with minimal disabilities, no major adaptations of the venues are needed. And also it would be extremely helpful to federations who do not have a para-rowing program to start their para-rowing programs. And for the seniors, what was very seriously considered, that with the reducing the number of para-rowing events at the World Championships doesn't mean that World Rowing doesn't want to provide pathway opportunities. And again, looking to find the opportunities to restart or relaunch para-rowing regattas in Gavirate and also possibly in Paris. Both are excellent locations for this. with the inclusion of all different para events. And if I may say a few words about the mixed event. So I gave an overall rationale. So it is being considered for LA 2028 Olympic program. It's not ruled out that world rowing can have or rowing can have an additional medal event on the classic rowing program, but without increasing the athlete quota. It's key. And it's obvious as well, if we want to have it in the Olympics, we need to have it on the program of our World Championships as well. Mixed event was an addition already in some of the major games in the last edition of the Pan Am Games with great success. It was the mixed eight and very well attended event. And also the past edition of the FISU University Summer Games. They also had a mixed event. I think it was the mixed quad there. There is, however, still ongoing discussion about two aspects. One is which should be the mixed gender event. So you see there are 4 options, all with question marks included. The mixed 8, or the mixed 4, or the mixed quad, or possibly the mixed double. So the mixed 8 would provide very exciting racing opportunities and also good fun for the athletes, and the 8 races are just really exciting to watch for the spectators as well. However, the medium size and smaller teams possibly will not have a chance to put together a mixed 8. So that's why we are also considering what if it's a smaller boat, a medium-sized boat, mixed quad or mixed 4. And the Competitive Rowing Commission also discussed and proposed to consider the inclusion of the mixed double, which would provide excellent development opportunities for some of the developing nations, and potentially it could be considered as part of the Olympic qualification. So we would really like to hear your feedback about it. So please feel to reach out to us or ask your questions or make your comments, express your views here. But you can reach out in email, and really happy to hear your views. Maybe we can even circulate a survey later, but definitely we would like to go. Can you hear me now? I heard some comments that the audio is poor. If we can move one slide, there's one additional element of how to make the World Championship programs more streamlined and more exciting. And this is a new progression system. So it's been out there, also initiated by the Competitive Rowing Commission. And the key essence of it is basically getting rid of the repecharges. And the key principles, as you see, ensure fairness to all, while currently the fastest rowers have the fewest races. The proposition would enable the least experienced or less well-trained rowers to focus on fewer 2-kilometer races, reward performance and give maximum exposure to the fastest rowers, propose an attractive program where every round counts for more exciting racing. So progression would be, of course, primarily based on ranking to a certain extent, and then on times as well. And it would help design a shorter program which gives the potential for each event to have fewer rounds, runs all rounds on consecutive days where everyone has raced the same number of races, reduces the number of days for a World Championships, which is clearly welcomed by organizing committees, by World Rowing, and also by teams. So if we can reduce the current 8 days by 1 or 2 days. And with this, we can also enable doubling up, also in line with the proposition for the new Rule 25. And of course, with this as well, a finish order for all crews would be provided. So that's also part of the championship program, and not part of Rule 25, but it is in a way linked to that. And this is the process from now to the Quadrennial Congress on the 14th of March 2025, where a decision has to be made by the Congress about the change to Rule 25. So now after this presentation, there is still consultation opportunities, so the core group and the key stakeholder group can continue to discuss, and also all the proposals are put forward to the rules working group, who are working on the wording of the exact rule change. So key questions here: if we add a mixed event, if we add one, what it is, and also questions around doubling up, whether we oblige every single athlete to compete in other events as well, besides their mixed gender event, or we just determine 50 or 75% mandatory threshold for doubling up. Very quickly, if we can move on to the second deliverable, as I said, so one is an incentive scheme, which is a pathway to the World Championships through the World Cups and continental events. And the second one, which is a more elaborated, a more complex system, that would be the world ranking. Just for a reminder, I would like to show you one slide from the member federation survey that was conducted last year. And you can see that the World Cups are facing serious challenges. And this is why it is a key objective to reshape or maybe reinvent the world rowing competition structure. New approach, new events, new formats are being considered, but keeping in mind also the fundamentals of classic Olympic rowing, which is the 2K side-by-side racing. And this was also addressed in the workshops earlier this year. It doesn't mean, having said that, it doesn't mean that we cannot come up with new exciting events or event formats, but the fundamentals should be the 2K side-by-side racing. So very quickly on the incentive scheme, as I said, it should create a pathway towards the participation at the World Rowing Championships, also enhance participation at the World Cup, which is essential. In one way or another, we should include the continental events in the system. And discussions have started about a new approach to the continental or regional participation. And quite often you have heard about the Pacific Rim concept. So this is something which is being considered that new regions should be also created in this system to address better the needs of certain continents like Oceania. The World Rowing Ranking System, which is led by this sub-project is led by Henk-Jan and Peter Coxon. The overall objective is to maximize the interest throughout the Olympic cycle by creating a connection between World Rowing Cups, World Rowing Championships, and Olympic Games. Some more details are on the next slide. You can see some of the elements that are being considered is to develop the best algorithm with all aspects considered: crew boats versus single sculls, differentiation of various regattas, selecting the regattas, which are the sanctioned events where ranking points can be collected, etc. Also under consideration whether it might be used as qualification system for the World Rowing Championships or the Olympic Games ultimately, and how it could create content and raise the public interest. Also a very obvious apparent use or benefit of the World Rowing ranking could be to use it somehow for the seeding. It's not easy either. So currently a request for proposal is being drafted, and as it was mentioned by Executive Director Vincent earlier, there is a memorandum of understanding with a potential partner, and probably that partner can also be brought on board for the World Rowing ranking system. And finally, the last but not least important element or deliverable of the SECR is a reshaped World Rowing event calendar, including a new World Cup. So what is happening from now is to draft clear plans, because the ideas have been collected from the various stakeholders through the consultation process, explore the creation of new events or collaboration with existing rowing events. In terms of process, continue core group, key stakeholder group and member federation consultation. And we would like to get to a point that it could be presented to you, to the members at the Congress in September 2025, and not just present, but present it for approval. So we really need to speed up that and go through a series of member federation consultations as well throughout next year. And to conclude, I'd like to share an overall timeline and next steps where all the three deliverables can be seen. So the World Championship Event Program, Rule 25, to be approved, all the changes at the Quadrennial Congress in March 2025, the World Rowing Incentive Scheme and World Ranking to be presented to the Congress in Shanghai next year in September, and the new calendar and events which would be effective for the next Olympic cycle 2029 onwards, also presented to the Congress and get the approval from the Congress in Shanghai 2025. So this is it from me. Thank you very much for listening. And first of all, I would like to ask my colleagues, Rosie, Henk-Jan, Peter, or Rebecca, if you have anything to add. If not, thank you very much, and please feel free to reach out to us with questions, comments, or you can ask me questions.
Thank you very much, Eva, for this comprehensive presentation. I think it was important for us to give this this presentation to our delegates. What I would like to insist on is it's a significant piece of work, and I would like first of all to express my gratitude and to thank all the contributors to this exercise. Eva has mentioned some of them, but we try to have on board the different stakeholders, not only I would say from our community, but also from because there are all the dimensions have been taken into account. I would like secondly to insist on what Eva has presented on the last slide on the schedule. The very first step again will be at the Continental Congress and related to Rule 25. This is absolutely essential that by then and even before, because obviously we want to share with you and to have your feedback, that we can get this or we can reach that approval. So it's a significant step by March 2025. Then for the rest, you have seen it's also very important that we can move ahead. Again, I would say that depending on your perspective, you may have different way to see the challenges, different ways to address the challenges, but at the end we have really to find the best compromise. As far as I'm concerned, I do believe that the statu quo is not an option. We do really need to address these challenges, and as was presented by Eva, it's important that we can reach this expectation. So I'm just looking on my left to see if we have questions from the delegates. It's not the case. Again, I think it's important that you embark in this process. There are different ways. We are always open to listen to you. The core group is obviously limited to that to a size that allows to move ahead and to really finalize the proposal. So that's the reason why it has been built like this. Thank you again. A very difficult and exercise, but we look forward to the next steps. Thank you very much. Now we are moving to the second project to be shared with you today. It is related to indoor rowing, and it's my pleasure to hand over to the chair of the Indoor Rowing Commission, Philippe Lobachist. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Dear delegates, dear friends, dear rowers, I want to talk to you today about what is going on in the world of indoor rowing. This is a newly formed commission for those of you who have recently joined World Rowing as delegates or as part of your member federations. The commission has existed for 3 years, but the sport of indoor rowing has existed for a long time before that. As you know, we as classic rowers know the benefit of the rowing machine. It has been one of the most effective fitness machines that has been released on the market, and we have been enjoying this luxurious device for the last 30 years. But it is now time to open up to the world, and the world is coming to the rowing machine. There are now over 20 million people who use the rowing machine every year. This is a significant number of people who have been able to access the machine in their local gyms, in their local rowing clubs, in their local hotels, and in new sports like CrossFit and High Rocks. This is a significant opportunity for us. As well as that, we now have over 150 manufacturers who are making rowing machines. They are being sold all over the world and distributed through different pathways like Amazon or direct to consumer through shops like Decathlon. So we have to be in touch with what is going on in the market. And I want to share with some of these brands that have come into the market. Some of them you know, some of them are new, and they're providing a new way to experience the rowing machine, which is not just a way to stay fit, but also to enjoy and play games on the machine. So these are just some of the machines that already exist on the market, and there are many more that are coming. What we do know is that the machine is now connecting people together, whether it's through virtual environments like the screen on the right, or whether it's through being in unique places around the world and competing with others at the same time. We also know it's a game. It's a game where people can play against each other or play against themselves through screens that are immersive and unique. If we just go back one slide to the game slide, thank you. These environments create a new way to experience the rowing machine, which is exciting for everyone, not just the younger population, but also the older population, as we know how important staying fit is. We know it is a competition where we have competitions going on around the world in arenas, in gyms, but we also have competitions that are virtual. And the power of all of this, it creates a community which unites people in racing together and creating new friends. And now I want to talk to you about the events that we have as World Rowing. Our current event structure is very limited and small, considering the size and numbers of people who use the machine. We currently have a World Rowing Indoor Championships, a European Rowing Indoor Championships, and a World Rowing Virtual Indoor Sprints that takes place once a year. This year's Indoor World Championships will be a virtual-only World Championships. For the last couple of years, we have had 2 hybrid championships and in-person championships. Just the next slide, please. Qualification for these championships opened yesterday, and we are running a global open qualification system where everyone can take part in no matter what continent they are. The finals of the World Championships will take place over 2 weekends in February. 15th and 16th of February will be 500-meter and endurance relays finals. And then the 22nd and 23rd will be the 2000-meter and sprint relay finals. There will be 4 rounds of racing, with the first being the open heats that opened yesterday. Then a second round of continental knockouts, where we will race competitors in 3 continental time zones. And they will have the opportunity to qualify for the semi-finals, which will be the top 50 athletes in our main categories, and then a final of the top 20 athletes. Rounds 3 and 4 will be broadcast live on Sunday afternoon in Europe. And there will be 2 races that competitors will need to do in that window of racing. Next slide, please. As you know, we have 3 types of indoor events. We have in-person, hybrid, and virtual. In-person is important because it's an opportunity to bring the world together and the community together. Virtual is also important because it allows people to have access to compete wherever they are when they might not be able to travel to some of our events. And finally, we have hybrid, which is actually a very complex and limiting experience that we have seen over the past couple of years. It puts a lot of pressure on organizing committees. It puts a lot of pressure on competitors as well. And I want to share with you the numbers that we see in both arenas when we think about in-person and virtual. Since 2016, we've had an average of 5,800 people compete in the virtual challenge. Since 2018, we've had an average of 1,700 competitors compete in the World Championships. So we see in both cases that there is an important market that we should be playing in. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, it's important for the community to come together and compete together. There is also an important economic impact that in-person championships have. In Prague 2024, we did an economic impact assessment where For every dollar spent or every euro spent, there was a return of $4.4 or euros. So we know that there is a significant accommodation investment also spent within cities. So this is a very positive outcome for in-person events. With virtual events, we know this offers an opportunity for everyone to compete. And it is very important for us to allow that to happen, to allow everyone to have the opportunity to compete, no matter where they are from. The other benefit of virtual events is the sustainable approach and cost effectiveness for competitors. We do not need thousands and thousands always traveling around the world to compete in person. So this is why we will always look at two approaches as we move forward in the indoor arena. As was mentioned in the opening remarks, we have been looking at ways to improve the World Championships and improve our event offering. In 2022 and 2021, when the commission was formed, we were set a challenge by Matt Smith, the former executive director, of creating a format that is exciting and engaging to watch, but also a challenge to compete. And this is the Versa Challenge that was launched in Toronto 2022. It is a competition format of just 12 men, 12 women, competing over 2 days in 5 different challenges or events. The winner is the person who wins the 5th challenge. Over the 5 events, they earn points, which gives them a ranking for that 5th challenge. In Prague, we use this as a showcase of what is possible if we move into an esports, an arena. As we move into 2025, we will be launching a new virtual series, as was mentioned earlier. This will be racing that will take place virtually over several months. It may be races that are distance, time, calorie based. Each month, the competitor will compete in their own time to submit their score, and there will be winners for each monthly race, but also winners for all monthly races. This is an important stepping stone in any future esports competition that we might be part of, but it's also a way to engage with a whole community of rowers, whether they are masters rowers, classic rowers, or junior rowers who are just starting their journey into the sport. Now let's talk about esports. For some, this might be a strange new world of gaming and sport being combined. In our case, we are a virtual game with a physical activity. If you look at the fish game, that was probably our first approach to esports. When we look at other esports, there are simulated games like FIFA, NBA 2K that represent other sports. And there are games which are what some might say the traditional esports. In our case, we are looking at ourselves as a virtual game with a physical activity. As was mentioned earlier, the IOC announced and voted to create a new Olympic esports games that will take place in Q4 2025 in Saudi Arabia. We have been part of the IOC's journey in esports in 2 areas. One, we were part of the first virtual series that took place in 2021, and we were also part of the free-to-play area where we showcased the capabilities of rowing in Singapore at the Olympic Esports Week, where we had 20,000 people walk through and 5,000 people sit on a rowing machine, rowing in Marina Bay, Singapore. When we look at our approach to the esports games, we have officially submitted a proposal for inclusion. The format that we are submitting is a Versa-style format. It will be different from what we had in previous World Championships. This time we are looking to expand the event to have heats, semi-finals and finals. And we are looking at 3 events to take place at the esports games if we are chosen. That would be an individual men's competition, an individual women's competition, and a team competition of 1 man and 1 woman. We are also looking at the potential of there being 32 or more national Olympic committees that would take part in this event. We have been working with two partners, as we know they will be critical to our success of any esports endeavor. We are looking at a hardware partner and we're looking at a software partner, which will show our graphics on screen. Our hardware partner in this case will be Concept2, who we have a significant partnership with. And our graphics partner is a company based in New York called Agata, who specifically build games for the rowing machine. In terms of next steps regarding the esports games, we're waiting for a decision by the IOC whether we are part of the esports program. This will be announced soon, and then we will be moving very fast in order to ensure that there is a qualification pathway that offers opportunities to everyone to qualify, and there will be a particular qualification pathways for continents that will be announced in due course if we are a sport at the esports games. We see esports as an opportunity for all of you to use the graphics and the power of the machine in three different ways. One is through activation, the other is through community building, and the third is through competition. For activation, we have seen the power of what happened in Singapore, where we had 5,000 children and visitors row on rowing machines. These can be great ways to work with partners in your countries to showcase new developments or new river landscapes and have people rowing on machines in key venues like train stations or shopping malls. There are some great partners that we have worked here with in the past, Rowcave and Immerse You, that provide different ways of showcasing the sport. There's also a way of building communities through rowing on the machine. A good example of this is Zoom Ergos that takes place every weekend on the rowing machine, and Hydro and other platform providers that have live workouts at the same time. And as you know, there's a third option of competitions, a way of upgrading the graphics we show when we compete in our national championships or world championships. So these are ways we see that esports can help you attract more people to the rowing machine and to the sport of rowing. And this was just an example of our booth in Singapore that we had in 2023. We showcased on a large flat screen TV virtual rowing, but also Marina Bay, and we allowed people to just jump on and row on the machine. So this is just a showcase of how you can use the rowing machine in creative ways. Without our partnerships that we have, we would struggle to develop the sport going forward. And this is why we have agreed a significant partnership with Concept2, who have been supporting us over the last several years, but have now significantly stepped up their support in moving the discipline forward. So the new partnership is enlarged. It will last for 5 years between 24 to 28, so the whole Olympic cycle. And there are 4 core areas that we'll be focusing on with this partnership. One would be to promote the discipline and the brand of indoor rowing. This would be through content creation. This means we have to improve our world championships and the sports presentation that we do. Digital content will need to be produced to make the sport visible to more and more people, but also strategic business development, and this includes a dedicated indoor manager that we will be hiring in 2025 to allow us to grow the sport significantly. We also have a significant partnership with the Japan Sports Council, and I'll let them share their video now of this partnership. I'd like to thank our friends from the Japan Sports Council for their support in this partnership and for helping us develop the sport moving forward. It is truly from high performance to life performance that we see this partnership working. And there are two objectives that we have in this partnership. One is to engage and promote the sport of indoor rowing and virtual sport. And the second is our joint research project related to the field of virtual sport and showing how the rowing machine and virtual sport together can improve high performance. And in the case of how our partnership has been working, we've seen the Japan Sports Council already host significant events. One was in Japan, which was the Sports Day Festival, where they hosted lots of kids and families to come and see the Japan Sports Center and the power of the machine. And the second was a legacy event of showing Tokyo 2020 in Japan Team House in Paris 2024. We also have a partnership with EXR, which is the world's biggest 3D rowing community on the rowing machine. They provide a virtual world for people to race together. We've been working with them on projects such as the Singapore esports games, but also recently in Ollie House at the Paris 2024 Olympics, where people got to experience a virtual rowing world in Paris. And just quickly, I want to touch on some of the activities that member federations are doing already in this sport. And I highly recommend that you speak with each other to see what learnings you have. And I'm going to go quickly through these as I'm conscious of time. So Rowing Australia have worked to create an app called Row Nation that allows you to take workouts anywhere you are in the world. We have the French Federation who have built an app called eRow that allows you to, again, find workouts. They have also built a video game for schools to compete on the PM5 on the Concept 2. And then British Rowing have their Indoors website, plus a number of other endeavors in indoor. So I highly recommend that you all talk to each other to learn from each other. And as a commission, we're also happy to instigate those conversations. And finally, as we look to 2025 and beyond, there are a couple of areas that I want to bring up that we will be looking at as a commission and as World Rowing. One is at the Quadrennial Congress, there will be a rules update. We are looking at a standalone rules for indoor rowing to follow a similar approach that is being applied to the other disciplines. We are also looking at attribution of the 2026 World Indoor Championships. And we'll be looking at doing a member federation survey that will happen over the next few weeks. And at the same time, we are in the progress of a machine and coach excellence program that is being developed by the commercial team at World Rowing. And finally, a video about indoor rowing.
Got a stacked field against 29 athletes
coming together, lift each other up, take part in really wonderful challenges.
We're nearly ready for the next race.
Introducing one of the most inspiring and involving movements in modern sport. We play inside with an intensity turned up to 11. Inclusive, enjoyable, everyone's invited. With an infectious streak to every stroke. Globally interconnected, we challenge each other in every corner of the world.
I loved it, it's been amazing.
Infusing fitness and gaming into the esports era with our innovation. Connecting contestants in homes, gyms, and arenas everywhere.
Are you in?
This is indoor rowing.
Thank you very much for the time to present this. If any of you ever have any questions or want to get in touch with any of us at the World Rowing Indoor team, there is an email address, indoor@worldrowing.com, or if any of you want to get in touch with me, my email is on the website, but it's also here for you to get in touch whenever you want. Thank you very much.
Excellent presentation. Thank you very much, Philippe, for this comprehensive, but in a very short time, you have really presented where we are in terms of indoor rowing, and I must say everyone can see the progression we have been doing in this area and the potential ahead of us. So I'm looking at my colleague. Is there any question or comments on chat or by our delegates, from our delegates?
Nope.
No. So thank you, Philippe, and take also the opportunity to express our thanks to your commission. We know the work behind all of this, to the teams as well at World Rowing, because behind this vision and this project, you can imagine the work and the resources we are putting on it, but again, with a huge potential for the future that will benefit to our sport. Okay, so we are moving now to the third project on the agenda for this section of the Congress. It will relate to the Continental Confederation project, and it's my pleasure to hand over to our colleague, special advisor to the executive committee, Nobu. Nobu is with us today, and so thank you for joining, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Jean-Christophe. It's my great pleasure to give this update to the Congress on the Confederation Collaboration Project, and to do so on behalf of my co-chair, my very capable co-chair, Pat Lambert. Pat and I were asked to co-chair a group to examine and provide recommendations to strengthen collaboration between World Rowing and its 5 recognized confederations. And I have to acknowledge the very generous time and insights of a number of stakeholders who we consulted. And also, I would like to acknowledge the very capable research assistant of Andy Koloff, a Columbia Law School student. As might be clear, and I'm going to try to keep this streamlined as well because of the time constraint. This project is really a foundational element to the World Rowing priorities that have been outlined by Jean-Christophe, particularly as concerns the importance of developing resources for the sport. It's helpful to step back and have an understanding of what the current relationship is between World Rowing and the confederations, which really center around a continuous mutually supporting system where World Rowing provides development support and events management assistance and calendar coordination to the confederations, which in turn provide their organizational support for global initiatives and regional governance. At the same time, World Rowing provides directly to the member federations important technical assistance and services, as was highlighted by our executive director, Vincent, in the form of coaching education, safeguarding support, and development assistance. And the member federations in turn receive important support from the confederations in coordination and organizational support, particularly for regional events. And this is where the continental representatives of World Rowing and the confederations position themselves at the intersection of all of these mutual reinforcing and supporting activities. And whereas structurally the member federations have a direct voice at World Rowing, the confederations do not have formal representations, and therefore the continental representatives perform an important and critical function of bridging this gap. And therefore, the stronger the relationship between World Rowing and the confederations, the stronger the entire support system becomes. But There have been varying degrees of strength in the relationship between world rowing and the confederations, where some confederations have had stronger relationships due to the historical development of the sport, common values and culture, and where weaker relationships have been characterized by certain misperceptions of how this structure is intended to work, perhaps weaker historical ties that are contributed to by stronger regional influences. And so it all highlights the importance of strong leadership at the regional level in order to enhance the benefits of the sport for everybody. And so the goals of this project are to strengthen mutually beneficial collaboration, particularly between these central actors, World Rowing and the Confederation. And we define that as helping each confederation succeed to the maximum extent possible. But we need to recognize the context of their individual needs and challenges. And at the same time, we need to respect the independence and autonomy of each confederation. The differences among the regions affect the collaboration opportunities in different ways. The widely dispersed island regions, such as Oceania, differ significantly in their needs from compact landmass regions. And similarly, big country dominant regions have different challenges than regions that exist in relative equilibrium among its member federations. Large geographic regions that encompass wide disparities in language and culture face different challenges from those that are relatively cohesive. And so the importance here is to, while recognizing these differences, come up with a path to a sustainable, long-term, stable relationship among all of the actors. And the intention here is not to control or impose in any way any solutions. The goal is to be as simple as possible in trying to develop a pathway to navigate these challenges, and recognizing that there are differences among all players. Next slide, please. And so we went through a process of consulting with each of our continental representatives, meeting with each of the continental presidents, followed by surveys. And these surveys were trying to identify the greatest challenges and opportunities facing each region, their most significant priorities, the existing relationships with their member federations, with World Rowing and with each other, and views of their current governance practices, as well as other matters. At the same time, we conducted a research analysis comparing international federations and other sports organizations to assess how World Rowing structure compares to certain peer groups. And our analysis focused on the rights and obligations of the confederations and international organizations with respect to each other, as well as their development and branding policies, which of course are relevant to the revenue generation priority. The timeline we've reported to the council on a preliminary basis in May, updated the council again in August, and now providing this update to the Congress. Next slide, please. Okay. So the results that we received from the surveys indicated that funding resources governance reform, education, and voice and representation ranked the highest in terms of the attention that's being devoted by the regions to their priorities, with clearly funding and resources being widely recognized and uniformly cited among all the confederations as their biggest challenge. And this issue of funding and resources is complicated by the varying needs of each region, and particularly in the divide between rich and poor member federations within each region. This need for improved governance combined with increased self-sufficiency is highlighted by the clear need and genuine desire for improved operational management across all the confederations. And in some cases, we received direct appeals for help in this area. The importance of governance reform is highlighted by the responses from the confederations, pointed to wide disparities in the quality of decision-making, the conduct of meetings, communications, and financial transparency, which leads to the third high priority that has been identified to us, which was the important role of education in improving governance practices, which will create opportunities for new development initiatives. There's a very clear disparity among the confederations in their development know-how and capabilities. And finally, in terms of the structural environment in which this ecosystem exists, the voice and representation of the confederations has been also highlighted as a item of examination. The next one, please. Yeah. So in terms of the process going forward, the recommendations at a very high level are to focus on the short term, medium term, and long term for finding a path to reconciling the competing needs of the regions, with the short term being focused on building the foundation for sustainable self-sufficiency among all the confederations on equal terms. And that would involve, as a top priority, to assist the confederations with governance reform, supplemented by educational initiatives, leading into the medium-term goal of enhancing the ability of the confederations to develop funding and resource capabilities on their own, and then finally, in the long term, to address issues and questions surrounding voice and representation of the confederations. I won't go into the details of the recommendations. The recommendations are with the council right now, and they are in the process of formulating their responses and reactions. And in parallel to that, I'd like to make an appeal to the member federations directly to provide any input that you have on these topics to either Pat, me, or our continental representatives. That was a very quick, high-level overview of where we are in the project. I look forward to updating everybody in further detail on all these topics at the appropriate time. But for now, I will open it up for questions and turn the floor back to Jean-Christophe.
Thank you very much, Nobu. And before we move with the question, my apologies, as I didn't introduce you properly. I was a little bit too quick, and so for the delegates, Nobuisha Ishizuka is the former chair of the US Rowing Board, and probably most of our delegates know you in this role that you had until recently. We are very pleased at World Rowing and fortunate actually to have to benefit from Nobu's legal background, expertise, and experience to help us in key different projects. This one has been presented right now. We want to really to strengthen the relation with the Confederation, and I will echo Nobu's conclusion to ask for collaboration and to move into the next three steps. Nobu is also helping us on a very, I would say, not difficult, but on the legal aspect of the discussion on the Beach Sprint League, which is quite difficult for experts to develop. So thank you very much, Nobu, and I'm looking if we have questions on this particular project with the Confederation collaboration.
I do not see any.
Not at this moment in time. Thank you again, and obviously we'll follow up to this with this project. So now we have two remaining topics, and I'm handing over to the Executive Director to present to you the last two topics.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Nobu. With the following update, if we can bring the first slide, the title slide, please. Next one. We wanted to ensure you haven't missed on a recent announcement and a global call to action that we made in the context of our partnership with the WWF, a partnership that we are very proud of. On the 24th of September, in the context of the World Beach Sprint Finals in Genoa, we announced the evolution of our partnership. We're moving from clean waters to healthy waters, and what effectively is a very different partnership with our partners at WWF, and really what is intended now to be a global call to action for all of you, our members, organizing committees around the world and more to act and engage on helping us and helping the world with healthy waters. It looks like we are back. I'm checking with, yeah, we are back. Apologies to you all. We will finish about 5 minutes late, the duration of this little technical glitch. Apologies. So, we are marking the evolution of our alliance with the WWF through this announcement, the formal ending of the Kafue River and Rowing Center project, to move into a different initiative that allows us to strengthen or to leverage the strength of our respective networks. First of all, the global presence of WWF around the world, through their various offices, as well, of course, as our own network of 160 members around the world. The alliance is about creating a much stronger, more meaningful impact where it matters, and where it matters is locally. And that is why we have this call to action to all of you, our members, organizing committees, to engage with Healthy Waters initiative at your own level, where it matters, in your own zones and geographies. So it is a call to action to all of you to engage. Slide's not moving.
It is.
Non, c'est pas la vidéo encore.
Si.
Non, on n'est pas censé.
Non. Our clock is ticking. The race to protect and restore our healthy waters is on. We need to act now before it's too late. Join World Rowing and WWF as we pull together to tackle the threat. Healthy waters are essential to water and food security, tackling our climate and nature crises and driving sustainable development. But across the world, our rivers, lakes and coasts are at risk. our initiative will ensure that healthy waters are at the heart of all rowing. Let's inspire collaboration and develop joint projects with our national rowing federations and WWF offices that push for real impact. And we need your help. Healthy waters are vital for us all. Join the initiative, and together we can make a difference. Visit the World Rowing website to get involved.
Good. To allow you to take action, we have created beautiful material that you will find online, which will tell you everything about the why to act and also the how to act. You will find online all the documentation that is required to take action. I'm skipping through it quickly. Here's a QR code that you can use now to have access directly to the World Rowing website and therefore to download the material we've created as well as the video that you just saw. So don't hesitate to use it. This is a very quick org chart that allows you to know how and who to contact if you want to take action at your own level. We will provide you with everything you need to know, including contact of your local WWF offices, who will tell you everything about what you can do to support. In conclusion, please reach out, get engaged. There's a lot we can do and a lot of action we can create at very local level all around the world with your support. So thank you. Next, here also we wanted to ensure that you did not miss out on one of the 2024 highlights for us, one that should make all of us very proud, for it highlights the quality of the governance of rowing around the world. This year we were highlighted by ASOIF, the Association of Summer Olympic Sports, in a very formal, very serious benchmark and survey of governance of sports organizations around the world. We were highlighted as one of the best, and certainly as a federation who stands out amongst others. We have earned a leading position amongst peer international sports federations. It means other federations of a similar size and scale, of comparable size and revenue. And our score has exceeded that of many other large organizations, which according to ASOIF reflects a deeply rooted culture of good governance and continued efforts made by us in recent years. The particular highlights of the survey was around transparency, integrity, democracy, development, and control mechanisms. So we are very proud of this, as you should be, because somehow, in one way or another, you have contributing to us getting to this stage. We were marked as being very strong in some of the most critical areas that ASOIF was investigating, transparency in particular, but also gender equality, but also safeguarding and environmental sustainability, as you just saw from our partnership. Here also, the full survey is available online and on our website. You will see all the details, and including how the other federations were rated. You will see all the details behind the World Rowing rating. Again, thank you all very, very much for your support and for allowing us to collectively get to this very important milestone. Thank you for your support, and this is a QR code where you can download all the details behind the project.
Thank you very much to Vincent, the Executive Director. The delegates, we have now reached the end of our Congress. We could have made it on time without the last minute technical disruption, but sorry about that for this slight delay. I would like to thank you, all the delegates, for joining this Congress today. Obviously, we will meet again quite soon, in a couple of months, for the quadrennial Congress in person this time, and we look forward to meet you in person and also to enjoy this relation with you. I would like to thank very much and express my gratitude to the Executive Director, Vincent Gaillard, to the team, to the staff who have also prepared this Congress. Thank you to the technical team behind the scene, and thank you to all the contributors who have prepared and delivered this Congress.
We're being told that Denis would like to speak.
Oh, I'm told that Denis Oswald, our honorary president, would like to make a comment. So, Denis, I'm happy to give you the floor.
Thank you, President.
Oh, stop. You're on mute. We cannot hear you.
I open my microphone.
Perfect. No, that's fine. Okay. Go ahead. Yes. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, before you conclude, Mr. President, and I just would like to express my gratitude for all the work that you, the Director General, also the staff and the Council have made for the good of our sport. What you have been presenting is really exceptional, is really impressive. And especially the three programs you have proposed this afternoon indicate that you are trying to address the challenges we have in our sport, and you are ready to be innovative, and this confirmed that our sport and our federation are in very good hands. So thank you very much for all the work done.
Thank you, Denis. Thank you to our honorary president for the very, very kind words. This is greatly appreciated, and obviously this goes to all of the people contributing to our sport. We know that we are a big family, and we need the support from all of you. So thank you to all the people contributing to continuing for the best of our sport. So again, I look forward to seeing you, the delegates, in March in Seville. By then, or meanwhile, I wish you all the very best. I wish you to enjoy the remaining days until the end of the year, and see you very soon next year. If there is no additional element to share, I can now declare the 2024 World Rowing Ordinary Congress by video conference closed.